Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and court trials and following true crime your thing, please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you see what you like in my content, please consider giving the content a thumbs up.
Jenga track night tonight if you will work out.
Hello. Hello.
Workout fit. Make that booty pop.
How is everybody this afternoon? This is True Crime and Celebrity News coming to you on November 12th, Wednesday. It is 12:45 p.m. Oops. I hope everyone's having a good day. Well, we're thinking about it. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you're not. I'd really like it if you subscribe to my channel. I was watching on a YouTuber that got a situation in Los Angeles. I guess an active ooter, a woman with rifle, Los Angeles Police Department in downtown LA. I guess maybe someone had oot somebody, and now they're inside the apartment and don't want to come out. Oh boy. So how was everybody's day yesterday? I really didn't do much. I did some cleaning around my apartment that I didn't get done the last few days. And was working on my floors today. But we're back today with the Devyn Michaels trial. She is accused of beheading her boyfriend. I guess it hasn't started yet. We still got 15 minutes. I thought it was 9 o'clock. Their time, 11 mine. So I went till 12:45 to give it time to go ahead so I can work through the breaks and stuff. But here I am early, 15 minutes. Jeez Louise. Hi, Kathy. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here, buddy. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough into the mic. But yeah. So they got a bad situation going on in LA. I've been working on my channel today. Getting it ready to get monetized at some point, trying to remove any wording that YouTube wouldn't like. Here's that. I wonder why they start so late.
Rife has been there overhead in Air 7. Scott, what can you tell us? Well, Tony, originally they responded to the Broadway Palace Apartments here at 9th and Broadway earlier this morning to a report that a woman was in a balcony with a rifle. When LAPD officers responded and entered this huge apartment building here, shots were fired. They heard shots fired. That's when they went to an active shooter situation. We don't see SWAT here yet, but I really do believe they are going to respond. Broadway shut down in both directions. You can see all the LAPD officers that have shown up. And then also we had some information that maybe it was one of these balconies where the woman was. So we don't know if she's been barricaded inside a particular unit, if LAPD knows exactly where she is. We have no reports that anyone was hit with gunfire at this point in time, but certainly an extremely frightening situation for the residents of this apartment building. We don't see mass evacuations, but those could come. You have someone with a rifle, reportedly, and shots fired, according to the LAPD. So at this point in time, they have a lot to deal with. They have a lot to try and figure out. They may know which unit she's in. We just don't have that information quite yet. So they're going to have to try and figure this out as time goes on. Once SWAT gets here, things will change a little bit. And Broadway, expect Broadway in between Olympic and 9th, to bring up Sky Map for a moment there, Marcel. I expect that to be shut down for some time. I doubt they're going to vacate that. It looks like Olympic, West Olympic and 9th Street remains open, as well as Main. But Broadway is going to be shut down for a while, Tony, because these things take a lot of time. It's certainly not going to be over with quickly.
Especially with an apartment complex that big. Okay, Scott, thank you for that.
Yeah, isn't that wild? We don't even have high rises here where I'm at. Like, we don't even have tall buildings. My town is so tiny, but Iowa City, where I used to live for 20 years, where I had Amy, it's really big. Iowa City is really big, where the Hawkeyes and stuff are. Yeah. From where I lived, I could hear the game on Saturdays. And then I worked at Casey's, and I would have to get the pizzas, like sometimes 200 breakfast pizzas for people, ordering them ahead of time. Oh, but I was so good at my job and so fast that I could do it all by myself. I would go in at like 2 a.m. Think about that now. How scary is that to go into your job at 2 a.m, especially out there in that area? Man, that's just not by yourself. You don't want to anymore. I got to get their link.
Want to get back to our breaking news in downtown LA, where police are investigating a shots fired call. KTLA's Omar Lewis live at the scene with the very latest. Omar, good morning.
Frank, I can tell you we are live outside of the Broadway Palace apartment here at the corner of Olympic and Broadway. You can see there is a heavy police presence with dozens of LAPD officers here blocking traffic in the middle of rush hour here this morning. They've cordoned off a wide area after reports of shots fired right inside of this apartment building, which houses hundreds of people. Officers have been here for about 2.5 hours, still going floor by floor, looking for any possible victims and whoever fired these possible shots. Want to take you up to live video right now from Sky 5 up above this scene to tell you that the call came in around 5:32 this morning. That's, again, reports of shots fired heard in this area and a person with a rifle inside the Broadway Palace apartment. Since then, SWAT team members and officers have locked down the surrounding streets, keeping people back as they continue their search. This is a rather large apartment complex, and police are moving through this building, again, floor by floor. Many residents have been told to stay inside, sheltering in place, locking their doors while officers work to clear each hallway. One resident who did not want to be identified tells us he just moved in. He says he heard the gunfire overnight with his family and is now thinking about moving out. Take a listen.
Around between 5 and something, my daughter woke up, and it's the first time I heard the other round of shotguns. It was loud. Around 5, like 20 minutes after, we heard like 2 shotguns again. I went to the lobby. When I took the elevator, I went to the first floor. When the elevator opened, I just saw a lot of officers. One of them was aiming me because maybe he thought that I was the shooting. So I just surrendered myself. He then let me out, but it was really scary, man.
Back out here live this morning again at the corner of Olympic and Broadway. Police officers here are rerouting traffic in this area right now. Again, police only telling us that this is an active, ongoing investigation, and they have not confirmed whether anyone has been injured here. They're asking people to stay away from this area if possible as they continue this investigation. Those are the latest details for now here live from downtown LA. I'm Omar Lewis for KTLA 5 News.
We are updating some breaking news that we've been following in downtown LA. Police have called off reports of an active shooter at the Broadway Palace Apartments, but police are still surrounding the building. Scott Reif has been there overhead in Air 7. Scott, what can you tell us?
Well, Tony, originally they responded to the Broadway Palace Apartments here at 9th and Broadway earlier this morning to a report that a woman was in a balcony with a rifle. When LAPD officers responded and entered this huge apartment building here, shots were fired. They heard shots fired. That's when they went to an active shooter situation. We don't see SWAT here yet, but I really do believe they are going to respond. Broadway shut down in both directions. You can see all the LAPD officers that have shown up. And then also we had some information that maybe it was one of these balconies where the woman was. So we don't know if she's been barricaded inside a particular unit, if LAPD knows exactly where she is. We have no reports that anyone was hit with gunfire at this point in time, but certainly an extremely frightening situation.
We are updating some breaking news that we've been following in downtown LA. Police have called off reports. We are updating some breaking news.
I want to get back to our breaking news in downtown LA where police are investigating a shots fired call. KTLA's Omar Lewis live at the scene with the very latest. Omar, good morning.
Frank, I can tell you we are live outside of the Broadway Palace Apartment here at the corner of Olympic and Broadway. You can see there is a heavy police presence with dozens of LAPD officers here blocking traffic in the middle of rush hour here this morning. They've cordoned off a wide area after reports of shots fired right inside of this apartment building, which houses hundreds of people. Officers have been here for about 2.5 hours, still going floor by floor, looking for any possible victims and whoever fired these possible shots. Want to take you up to live video right now from Sky 5 up above this scene to tell you that the call came in around 5:32 this morning. That's again reports of shots fired heard in this area and a person with a rifle inside the Broadway Palace apartment. Since then, SWAT team members and officers have locked down the surrounding streets, keeping people back as they continue their search. This is a rather large apartment complex, and police are moving through this building again, floor by floor. Many residents have been told to stay inside, sheltering in place, locking their doors while officers work to clear each hallway.
200 what? 200? You got 200 question marks. 200 question mark. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Could be more than that. People coming in from out of state, you know, like, because the Iowa Hawkeyes would play everyone all the way to Ohio. So you'd get people from Ohio, and they love Casey's breakfast pizzas. So I'm going to show my Facebook, or my Facebook, my YouTube. So I've been working on it. I've been working on trying to get all the verbiage like murder or shoot, you know, like ooting instead of ooting, put weapon, stuff like that. So just trying to clean up the wordings. It's going to take me a while, but I got through a lot of them, and I've been putting them all in playlists. So all my videos that I'm doing live, they all have their own playlist. The Jeffrey Spence trial, the Florida versus Leslie Boileau, and the Daisy Link trial, and then the Dustin Duran, the Matthew Paul. There's some I have to fix in that one. I guess I forgot. And then I got Devyn. And then I have, oh, this one's private. you don't see that one, but this, I was gonna do a video on Michael Vaughn, but I decided against it. It's just I can't do it. It's too traumatizing. I mean, I know that all kids need the attention and stuff like that, but I just can't do it. So I decided against that. So I'm gonna pick something else to do, because I want to start doing more recordings along with the trials. I want to do the trials every week, but so here we are, day 5. Here's Fast Talker herself.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
We are back on the record in C-37723, United States versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, and both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, state, you may recall the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Carl Lippish.
And it's mentioned the state's going to be allowed to reopen their questions to admit to exhibits, and then we'll move to cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could please just state your full name.
My name is Carl Lippish.
State your name.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
We left off yesterday having gone through a tremendous amount of surveillance video. Do you recall
Yes,
that?
I do.
Okay. We had talked about a 217 Charter Oaks surveillance video, and we have the disc for that today. We also discussed the terrible Chevron inside video that we also have marked for today. You recall both of those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, pursuant to stipulation between the parties, the state is moving to admit 661 and 662.
No objection.
And sir, just to reorient us to that 217 Charter Oaks address, publishing 11A, are we able to see that on this exhibit here?
Yes.
Can you please, if you can, hover it? And if it's too hard on this exhibit, I do have another one. Would that be more helpful?
The other one's a little clearer.
Okay. A lot of tax on this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and publish then 9. Can you hover over that 217 Charter Oaks?
Yes, 217 is right where the pointer's at.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state is requesting permission to publish.
Permission granted.
So as we can see here on this exhibit, specifically 661, there is several video that was collected here, correct?
That's correct.
And specifically what we're looking for here is there was a 2:04 a.m. Activation showing the Nissan Armada turning from Paladura onto Charter Oaks. Is that right?
That's correct.
Publishing doorbell dash 2023-08-07, ending in 110. And there are no date and time stamps on this video, but when you did collect it, you were able to see the date and time stamp on the homeowner's actual system. Is that right?
The detective that collected, yes.
Okay. You as the collective, your team?
Yes.
Okay. Playing. I think there's actually a better video there. I think it was actually the driveway angle. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And publishing the file ending in 110F, subsection 4. Okay. Now, this particular camera here, you mentioned that it is an activation. Is this a full-time recording, or does it only activate when there's motion?
This only activates when there's motion.
And this camera in particular is pointing in which direction?
It's pointing towards the intersection, so it's pointing down Paladora towards where the residence occurred, or excuse me, where the homicide occurred at the residence.
So the street in front here, though, is Charter Oaks?
That is Charter Oaks, correct.
Playing the video. And what do we see there, sir?
That's the vehicle. It's the Nissan Armada, and it turned from Paladora onto Charter Oaks, and it's proceeding on Charter Oaks towards the exit of the community at Windmill.
And through the investigation, your team was able to determine that this occurred at 2:04 a.m.
That's correct.
On August 7th of 2023?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to the chevron, the inside of the chevron, because we saw the outside of the chevron on Monday, correct?
That's correct.
Publishing Terrible's chevron clip. And so I'm going to pause it there. What do we see in this video here?
This is the front door, the entrance to the Chevron convenience store, Terrible's convenience store.
And this is just a clip from the surveillance video. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And at this point, do we see individuals entering the store?
Yes, we do.
And I'm going to stop right there at 12 seconds. Does that appear to be a female and a male?
Yes, it is.
And did you later determine that that was Devyn Michaels as well as Johnathan Willette?
Yes.
And what does the female appear to be wearing?
She's wearing a white tank top, blue shorts, black and white athletic style shoes with some sort of bag over her shoulder.
I know it's sort of hard to see here. Are you able to see the date and time stamp?
I am not.
If you go very closely to the screen there.
It appears to be August 6th of 2023 at 22 something hours. I can't see the minutes.
Does it appear to be 05?
It does.
Okay. And that would be 10:05 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Playing. And then we see the two individuals then leaving the store.
Yes.
Approximately about 5 minutes later. So this is essentially a screen recording kind of them entering and exiting, correct?
Yes.
With that correct timestamp.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you. Give me a second, Your Honor. We're going to set up just to hit a few videos, but I'm going to begin the questions and review with the video that's up on the screen.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Sure.
Say that again?
Did you use the HDMI cord? That's what I wanted to use.
No, I was using your op. So I can help if you need it.
Yeah, because the cord is from the...
So it's got to be somewhere over there. And it sounds like he wants to use this video, which is in here. So you're going to have to plug that in.
Did we pull out like this for the openings or?
Yes, you can do that.
Just pull it.
Or
No, that's the power cord. All right, well, I'm gonna see what we do here. I'm staying out of it. It's not my way. They used to Achilles heel, so I'll let him handle it from this point forward with the court's permission. Just a couple, while he's doing that, just a few questions. Detective, have all videos that you collected, have they all been marked and admitted into evidence?
I don't know what the DA has actually admitted, so that would be a question for them.
We've got videos collected from Paladera, Charter Oak, Carolina Laurel, Balsam Pear, Fan Palm, Africa Violet, Choke Cherry. Just so we're clear on the record's clear, have all videos been admitted?
the ones I published, yes.
Okay. But I mean, I know you published some, but do we have all videos collected?
All the, yes, all the
Okay.
discs right over there.
Okay. Detective, would you agree with me that specificity is important, especially in reference to a homicide investigation?
Yes, it is.
Would you agree with me that completeness is important, especially in reference to a homicide investigation?
It is.
It's important to be exact, correct?
Yes.
And it's important to be as correct as possible, correct?
Yes.
It may seem a minor point, but it will become more significant. You have referred to the Paladera home multiple times as the murder scene, correct?
Yes.
However, you agree with me that it's unclear, at least based upon the coroner's conclusions, what the cause and manner of death was.
I have not reviewed the coroner's report.
Okay. Obviously, the body was missing a head, and fair to say that without the head, it's difficult to determine the manner of death.
Without the head, obviously, that could be a purpose, or excuse me, that could be the reason that the person died, but yes.
Okay,
unless
so-
there was something else prior.
So based upon your involvement, your engagement in this case, did the person die because of a decapitation?
I personally do not know.
Okay. You were shown videos, and when they were setting up, I'd asked you a question. I said, pay attention to this because I have a couple of questions concerning that.
Yes.
That was the video that was taken from the terrible hearse, correct?
That's correct.
And you yourself collected that video?
From the security personnel, yes, or surveillance personnel.
And what day and what time did you collect that video?
It would have been, I can't tell you the specific date and time right now from recollection, but it would have been within the next day or two.
Okay. Well, if I told you that it appears based upon the paperwork that you collected that on August 11th, 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I do not.
And was that video taken as a result of a warrant?
I don't understand your
Was a warrant served on the terrible herbs to the corporate center of that particular store in order to obtain that video?
The warrant, no.
Okay. Was it just turned over then?
Yes.
Okay, but as you sit here today, you don't recall when, either the date or the time?
Specific date and time, no. I know it was in, like I said, within several days, within a couple days of the actual incident occurring when we learned that they had been at the Terribles.
Okay, so then that would have presumably been days after the event when you began your investigation on August 7th, 2023. Correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to turn your attention now, and I'll let you do this. I don't want to. Thank you. And my understanding is we're not going to have this marked and admitted because we're just taking something that's been provided and is admitted. But just for the ease of these questioning, I'm going to ask to publish this to the jury, Your Honor.
Okay, but this has already been admitted?
Correct. Yes, Your
Honor. Okay. Any objections stated? No, Your Honor. Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to turn your attention specifically to the video that you had discussed. And I'll just let you stay there because I want to do it. Very good. Specifically, the video 6052 taken from 2696 Paladera.
Okay.
Do you recall your testimony the day before yesterday in reference to that?
I do not specifically to 6052. I would have to see the clip to remember which.
Okay. We'll play that right now and see if that jogs your memory.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take so long. You know what I forgot? I forgot to put carrots in my roast. So I had to throw my frozen carrots in there or they wouldn't. Yeah, it probably won't be done by the time it's supposed to be. Okay, here we go. And yeah, the slide defense attorney got the comment in. So he died of decapitation. Devyn is charged with murder. Oh, okay. Yeah, typical of that guy. He's something else.
Is that the 6052? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. The video that I'm going to want to draw your attention to involves where the lights go on in the Armada. Do you recall that testimony?
The lights, are you talking about the exterior or interior lights?
Interior lights.
Yes.
It was your testimony that this video, which was taken from 2696, you didn't have any time stamps for that video, correct?
On the video that we have, no, I do not.
Okay. All right, we're having another technical difficulty. Just if you have a moment, Your Honor. Our player's not going to play right. What I'm going to want to do, and as we're preparing this, I'm going to want to turn your attention specifically to that video to where we see the light go on.
Okay.
Okay. We just have to get it lined up. And again, all these videos have all been admitted and are part of the evidence the jury can refer to. see real quick. Maybe this one will work. This computer. See the lights on inside?
I do.
I'm just going to keep you right there if we can stay on this. You would testify that occurred at what time?
That occurred at 23:05:43 was the timestamp on that. Or it's 46, excuse me, I believe.
46, so 11:05, 46 seconds?
Correct, is the timestamp that initially, the video itself clip started.
But we don't have that time embedded in that video, do we?
We do not.
It's your testimony that you got that from a cell phone of the homeowner at this address, 2696 Paladera?
Correct, from viewing the clip on the phone itself.
Okay, on the homeowners?
On the residence, yes.
On the residence. But you didn't take a picture of that time, did you?
I did not.
You didn't in any way memorialize that time, correct?
No, just by documenting it, by writing it down so that I could transfer it to a report, yes.
Okay. So we have to rely upon your recollection, your completeness, your correctness in getting that date.
That's correct.
And that time,
That's
correct? But that wasn't the only video that you had recovered from that address, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you another video that was recovered from that address. Wait a second. And this is 7557. Is it playing? Mm-hmm. Are you able to tell us what time that image was captured?
I am not.
Let's go to 8879. And all these are same address, same spot. Looks like a work van, doesn't it?
It does, actually. It's like a Chevy type work van.
Are you able to tell us what time this image was captured?
No, I'm not.
Let's go to 8619. Are you able to tell us what time this image was captured?
I am not.
We'll go to 5280. Are you able to tell us what time this image was captured?
No, sir.
Let's go to 7518. Are you able to tell us what time this image is captured?
No, sir.
31:20. Are you able to tell us what time this image is captured?
No, sir.
Image 1087. Are you able to tell us what time this image is captured?
No, sir.
Image number 0546.
Why is he adamant on the times? He made it very clear before he even started on Monday that some of these didn't have timestamps. So why is he asking? Why is he asking about all the timestamps? He said he might have a memory of what the time was, but I'm not getting where this is even going anywhere. It's the same videos that we've already seen 45 times on Monday. Remember, she played them over and over and over and over. Oh yeah, she probably does have a brush, but nothing like she would be able to use. I mean, she's got that hair that needs attention at all times. Putting it up is probably what would be best for her. But I think she might have some tattoos on her neck maybe that she's trying to cover, which isn't a bad thing. Tattoos are not a bad thing. Well, no, these are that video of them walking the dog. We've seen that on Monday. He wants to know the time, and he don't know the time. He already made it clear that some of these don't have timestamps. Just like with the last trial. Or maybe I'm thinking this is the last trial.
Are you able to tell us what time this image is captured?
No, sir.
Now, you testified day before yesterday that you were looking through these videos at these various locations trying to determine if anybody was acting suspicious, trying to determine whether someone was acting as if they didn't belong there. Do you remember that line of testimony?
Yes, I do.
So you'll agree with me that certain things may have slipped through your review of these videos?
By certain things, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
People, vehicles, cars, things of that nature?
No.
So there's nobody that slipped through your review of these videos?
No, we reviewed all of the video that we collected.
Okay. I actually have, and speaking of the video that you had collected, I'm going to show you another group of videos, okay? But they're small because there's not very many.
Okay.
These videos that we were looking at were in reference to the Paladera residence. But let's talk about a video capturing the Porcupine Rim residence. We have 3 videos that are now part of evidence that I'm going to show you. It's captured from 6505 Taylor Creek Avenue. Do you want to start with this? Absolutely. This is from your exhibits. It's the Taylor Creek.
Yeah, just see the word. Just see the exhibit. It should be on the disc.
Looks like this is what she gave us.
6508.
6501. 65.
Yeah, it's just the 3 videos, yeah.
6505.
6505.
Okay.
Yes. 660.
Exhibit 6.
It's a little bit bigger here.
Can we bring it up larger so we can see?
It's pretty quick.
Do you recall your testimony in reference to this video?
Yes.
Up at the right, we have Porcupine Rim. We see Jonathan's truck.
That's correct.
Do you recall the time of this video?
I believe this one was at 9:07 at night, is what the embedded label is on it.
And again, because we have an embedded level so we can see, correct?
That's correct.
Let's look at the second video from that residence. Do you recall this video?
Yes, I do.
What date and time is this video?
This is August 7th, 2023 at 06:21 now, in the morning.
And again, just so we're clear, this video is capturing the Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Among other things, yes, you're able to see the house on Porcupine Rim.
Then we have a third video. And I believe you testified concerning the contents of these 3 videos.
Yes.
Taylor Creek. That's it, correct?
I don't know, that's it as in,
There were just 3 videos collected from 6505 Taylor Creek.
that's correct.
Now, you relied upon the homeowner or the occupants in order to get those videos, correct?
That's correct.
Was this a Ring video, do you recall?
The last 2 we just saw, I believe it had the Ring logo on it.
Okay. Did you issue any subpoenas to Ring in order to obtain the entirety of what those videos may have captured?
I personally did not.
Was there any downloads or a transfer of the contents of this neighbor's phone to determine what all that address was captured concerning?
I actually did not collect the video from this address, so I don't know what specifically the detective did at that address.
But suffice it to say, in this exhibit, we just have those 3 videos and nothing more.
From that residence, correct.
You can't say with any degree of certainty whether there's more videos that exist, correct?
I did not collect it from that residence, so I do not know. You would have to ask the detective that collected from that residence.
Is it your testimony that you collected all the video possible in order to capture what may have occurred at the at the Paladera residence at the night in question?
I was one of many detectives that canvassed for video, so I'm able to testify specifically to the people I contacted and the residents I got video from, but we had numerous days and numerous detectives that went out and were responsible for canvassing.
In addition to canvassing, are you aware of any subpoenas that were issued in order to preserve this important evidence?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the other detectives involved. I was not involved in every aspect of the investigation, so I can only testify to what I did.
Now, going from the Paladera residence to the Porcupine Rim residence, did you obtain every possible video to occur the goings-on at that home, who may have been leaving or coming back?
From which home?
From the Porcupine Rim home, the home where Devyn Michaels.
I collected video from 5530 Porcupine Rim, and that residence provided me with their activations that they had.
Okay. Any others?
Me personally, no.
Are you aware of any subpoenas that were issued in order to obtain basically as much camera coverage of the Porcupine Rim address?
I personally did not submit any, so besides that, I can't testify to what other detectives did.
So then you're unaware of any subpoenas from Ring or Arlo or any other providers in order to get as much coverage of that house as possible? Didn't happen, did it?
Once again, I can only testify to what I did, sir. And if there were other subpoenas or anything that was submitted, that would have been done by somebody else, because I was not tasked with that. So I cannot answer your question because I don't know at this time.
Understood. I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 11. You had discussed this in your testimony day before yesterday, correct?
Are you specifically the map itself?
Yes.
Yes.
This address is the Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir. It's the 5510 Porcupine Rim.
5510.
Yes.
You had testified that the only way in and out was here, correct?
By a vehicle, yes.
By vehicle.
Correct.
But on foot, pretty easy to get out of the neighborhood, isn't it?
I honestly don't know. I didn't attempt to get in or out of that other than be in my vehicle.
There's a walkway right here, is there not?
I see a gap. I don't know exactly what that is. From looking at this map, I can't tell exactly.
And this 5510 Porcupine Rim, I mean, it abuts. It's right up against Rebecca, correct?
That's correct.
Over the fence and you're on a road, correct?
If you're referring to jumping over the back wall,
yeah,
then yes, you would be out on Rebecca Road.
So if I told you that we have a walkway right here, just one door over, and over the wall, there are ways to get in and out of this residence, let's say in the early morning hours of August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
We have this back road along here, Rebecca. Which of these residents did you attempt to obtain video coverage from?
I personally did not canvass that area.
So we don't know what was along here, correct?
I was informed that detectives had canvassed that area and they did not find any video surveillance.
Okay, but do you have any reports in reference to that? Do we have any writings in reference to that?
Oh my God, why is he getting so angry? I went out to the kitchen and I could hear him yelling at this guy. I had to get a refill on the coffee already. But yeah, man, he's just like yelling. Well, it just started. Hello, Sandy. It's only been going since 1 o'clock, 37 minutes. We know that. We know she already admitted to that, but we're trying to see who cut his head off. Why are we behind? Oh yeah, because I keep stopping. I'm trying to get it to where I can no, she's not. Because she didn't dispose of a body. The body was in the bed.
Do we have any officers' reports in reference to that?
I do apologize for answering this way again, but I can only testify to what I did and specifically what I reviewed. And so if there may be some, I don't know.
And fair enough, we're all human, correct? You're a human, you make mistakes, correct?
I didn't say I made a mistake, sir. I said that I'm testifying to the work that I did in this case. So what other work that was done that I was not privy to or I was not a part of would be documented by other detectives. So me personally, I did not canvass that area because that was not one of my tasks. And so I can't testify to who specifically did or what they did or how they documented it.
Let me ask you this, given your involvement in this case from the get-go, was this a complete investigation?
To my knowledge, it was complete, but again, I was not involved in every aspect of the investigation.
So, sir, to your knowledge, this was a complete investigation, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that you do not have a perfect knowledge of the doings and investigations and investigative steps that were taken in this case, correct?
Considering the volume of stuff that was done, the work that was done on this, no, I do not.
You had testified concerning arriving at the scene of the decapitation.
No, we don't know if this is the last witness. It could be. I don't know. You think they're getting pretty close considering, this has been day 4 now. Or day 5. Day 4. I can't remember. Oh, okay.
You would testify that you arrived there the morning of August 7th, 2023?
That's correct.
And you went in, you viewed the body, correct?
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning...
Oh, me too, and I hope they all come naked.
Cleaning supplies on the first floor, correct?
On the lower level, yes.
There were cleaning supplies on the upper floor, were there not?
I was not responsible for searching that area, so you'd have to show me what you're referring to.
Okay, so you didn't go upstairs and view cleaning products, things in the bathroom from upstairs?
No, as a squad, when we respond, because of the extent of the investigation, we divvy up or divide up the responsibilities. And so when it comes to, for instance, in serving a search warrant, we'll work specific areas so that we can focus on the areas that we are tasked with. So we don't necessarily see the entire residence, as you're saying.
You know, to be honest. Oh, Sandy, are you still here before I mention this? Put if you're still here in the comments. Oh, the boy that offed his adoptive parents. But anyways, I want to tell you something about this trial. Okay. So this Devyn that's on trial right now, remember the Santamelli case with Baker? With Robert Baker? Yeah. Okay. So Devyn's mom was married to Robert Baker. Well, Robert Baker started having, you already know about, then he went to jail for essaying Devyn. And then when he got out, they got together and started doing, you know what, the corn together. Okay. Well, we'll continue on with the trial. Okay.
I'm going to show you an image, and it's my understanding that all crime scene photos of the Paladera residence have been admitted from the crime scene analyst.
Probably in there. I mean, I don't know.
There's a stack in there. I just have a single photo. If I could
make sure that that's in there before, because we can't show it to the
well, if you want to move to admit it,
I'd move to admit it.
There's another trial that started in Nevada today, or Las Vegas or somewhere. It took, I think, 10 years now. The girl's been gone. And he's just now going to court today.
Okay. This is
Sandy, only because I think I told you already.
from the upstairs.
But I don't think I told you that he was with her mom first and then went to Devyn. But then he ended up doing jail time for Devyn. And then when he got out, he got back with Devyn anyways. Kind of like, what's that, Johnny Be Good guy? Oh, of course.
And I'm publishing it with the court's permission.
This is what? What's next in line? T3.
T3. We
Okay,
move.
this is T3, will be admitted.
Oh, I like that bathroom.
Thank you. Get a little bit ahead of your honor. Thank you. We've got cleaning supplies. Did you see these in the upper story?
Once again, as I already stated, I did not search that area. I see that your photo is showing me cleaning supplies, but I have no reference to like when and where this was.
So
We
was
had
her
heard
mom.
testimony the first couple of days of the
Her mom
trial
was
where there
dating
appeared to be a
him.
line near the head, appeared to be a line from a bucket. We have a bucket upstairs, don't we?
If this photo is from upstairs, I do see a bucket in there, yes.
And I will not mislead you with my questions. If I told you this represents a bucket and cleaning supplies from upstairs, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
The only reason I'm saying that is I know you've, in your previous line of questioning, you've asked me about things that I was not responsible for or what I did not do in the investigation. And I just want to make it clear that I don't believe you would try to mislead me. However,
absolutely not.
This is not something I'm familiar with.
Fair enough. And you had given testimony on Monday that you had arrived at the Paladera residence and that you had walked through the crime scene. Do you recall?
Yes.
And I'm now showing you a photograph that was taken from upstairs of this scene, and I'm just asking if you had an opportunity to see this.
I did not.
Okay. Did you view the backyard at the Paladera residence?
I do remember seeing the backyard out the door, yes.
I'll have these admitted in, here, let me. Why don't we have these marked T. I'd move for admission.
Any objection to U3 and D3 state? No, Your Honor. Okay, those are admitted.
I'm going to show you what's now been admitted as Defense Exhibit U3. I'm going to represent to you that this was taken in the backyard of the Paladera residence. Did you see that footprint?
I did not.
Are you aware of its existence?
If you're telling me that's where it's from, then yes, I am. Now I am.
Turn your attention to Defense Exhibit V3. Did you see that footprint? And obviously, presumably, it's the crime scene analysts that are measuring it. This footprint was in the backyard of the Paladera residence, correct?
I did not see that while I was on scene, no.
Are you aware of its existence?
I am now, yes.
Are you aware of any testing, comparisons made in relation to this footprint?
Once again, that was not part of my portion of the investigation, so I cannot speak to that.
Based upon your review of this photograph, fair to say that that's a man's footprint?
I would have to look at this closer. I don't know how you could come to that conclusion, just based on this photo.
It's a fairly large footprint, correct?
There are people, both male.
I'm a little confused. I thought this was a video guy, like he does the videos and showing of tapes and stuff. Why is this lawyer going AWOL? Why is he going crazy on this guy?
And female that have various size shoes, so I would not jump to that conclusion, sir.
So you're saying you're not aware of this, but you're going to argue with me right now whether this is perhaps a man's footprint or a woman's footprint?
Well, your question actually said that it is a man's footprint based on the size of it, and based on what I'm looking at right here, I would not be able to tell you yes or no whether that is a man or woman's footprint.
Let me ask you this in reference to your investigation. Were you involved in any follow-up concerning these footprints?
I was not.
If I can have the court's indulgence, just
I wonder if they just don't like each other.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
Any follow-up state? Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
Sir, you had testified on cross about the 2696 Paladera address, which is next door to the murder house, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And those cameras, that camera specifically, you're able to figure out sort of the time frame of the activations by comparing the other surrounding surveillance video homes that were collected, correct?
That's correct.
And so by reviewing everything, you're able to cross and compare the time frames so that you can be confident to testify today as to the date and time frames.
That's correct.
Additionally, you did see the date and time frame on the homeowner's device.
Correct.
That held the video.
Correct.
And from comparing all the surveillance video that we went into great length on Monday, you're able to determine which direction any vehicle is going in the surveillance video that was collected, correct?
That's correct.
So it shows directional patterns and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And the 11 p.m. time frame was important based off the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And so that's why you were focused on that time frame when collecting video and watching video and flagging which video was most important, correct?
That's correct.
But that being said, you did review all the video.
That's correct.
Now, turning our attention then to the 6505 Taylor Creek address, that's the address in the Porcupine Rim neighborhood that shows the only entrance and exit, correct?
6505 is the one that shows the actual residence of 5510 Porcupine Rim. It's not the one at the entrance to the
Thank you for correcting me. I misunderstood that. So that was discussed on cross-examination. That particular camera, thank you for correcting me, is the one that only activates from motion, correct?
It is a motion camera, yes.
And so because we only have those videos, that's because we saw the homeowner sort of going to the trash because it was trash day and then coming back up the driveway, correct?
Correct.
So it's motion activated.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. Pass the witness.
I'll just pick up on the last part of that redirect. The 6505, the one that we just have the 3 that's looking right at the Porcupine Rim. Questions concerning this is only motion activated. You don't know if any other videos exist in reference to that, do you? We just have the 3 for a fairly long time period.
My God, did nobody get sleep last night or what? Did you see how she came back and slammed her papers down and whipped her hair behind her ear? You know, I'm going to need some different attitudes up in here. They're ruining my day. I don't know what's wrong with them.
I personally do not know.
Specifically turning your attention to the 2696 Paladura, that list of videos that we went through.
Yes.
You were asked about 1105 and if that was an important investigative time and if you cross-referenced other videos. Remember that line of questioning that you just got?
Yes.
What other videos did you cross-reference in reference to video 6052? The first one that we started with the lights going on, you can see the interior lights. What video did you cross-reference?
That one, there were no other ones because it was just the motion in front of that. That was captured from 2696.
So then, to clear up the redirect, we don't have another camera to verify that time, do we? That you gave?
That specific one, no.
And the list that I gave, 75, 57, people walking by, no cross-reference to another video, correct?
Actually, with the rest of those, there is. Those people that are walking, they actually belong to the house on the street behind. That work truck that you actually brought up belonged to a house over on African, I believe it's African Violet. I don't remember the exact name of the street.
I'm asking what videos that you reviewed in order to cross-reference this, to confirm this.
Those are the ones from the other houses in the neighborhood. Those other ones that were collected, we were able to cross-reference for those specific ones because those were people that walked through the neighborhood and continued to other areas.
Let me ask you this, though, back to the 6052, the one where you see the internal light. We don't have another video corroborating the time that you state that captured, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Can you follow it briefly again? So the work van that you were just crossed on, that we saw in the video, that's coming from a different house, right?
It's actually going to a different house. It came into the neighborhood and went over, I believe it's African Violet is the name of the street. You actually see it in front of that house from their activations.
Okay, so that's the explanation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then also that Taylor Creek address that we keep talking about that shows the 5510 Porcupine Rim address.
Yes.
You're aware that motion activated cameras have different sensitivity levels.
Correct.
So a homeowner that has a motion activated camera can actually go in their app, if it's hooked up to an app or something, right, to change the sensitivity levels. Is that right?
The sensitivity, the zones, and how they want it to capture, yes.
Okay, but including sensitivity?
Correct.
Like what actually causes it to activate?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so as we're seeing in that video, it seems that the only activations happen when the homeowner is basically in the driveway is when it starts to activate, which is pretty close to the camera, correct?
Correct.
Pass the witness.
I had one follow-up. We have to hook up the computer for just a moment. And Detective, this is in reference to the 6505 Taylor Creek, the one that you're giving testimony concerning. We only have 3 videos and it's only motion activated.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start it. We're going to play it a couple of times. So if there is motion activated, it appears that the Paladera or the Porcupine Rim, it does activate, correct?
It activates. I don't know what activates it in this one.
So then as far as when it activates and when it doesn't, we just know that we're stuck with 3 and you had to rely upon the homeowner, correct?
That's correct.
You had to rely upon what the homeowner provided you, correct?
Again, I can't testify to what the detective did. I don't know if the detective viewed the entire timeline, and those were the only 3 that were activated, but those were the 3 that were provided.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome.
Not at this time, no.
Okay, do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you may be excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If counsel feel privileged. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys just got here, but we're going to take our lunch recess because we have some things we have to get in order to make sure that this afternoon runs smoothly for you. I swear we are trying our best to streamline as much for you as we can so that you don't have to keep wasting your time. So just so you know, none of us will be eating. We'll be getting that stuff together, but I'm going to give you guys your lunch break at this time to get that stuff together for you. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including federal.
Lunch? Wait a minute. I thought this just started at 11. They've only been going for like an hour or like 45 minutes. They're taking lunch? Oh my God, are you serious?
In regard to this case, so it's 5-2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's scheduled 12 p.m. Recess till 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
It's 11:30 there. They've been working for a half an hour. What's going on? Oh my God. I can't do it. I can't do it, y'all. Like, what time? 1:30? 2:30? 3:30 they'll be back. Right, Kathy? That coffee was really strong. So now I got to figure out what to do. Oh, I don't understand. Like, they literally just started at 11, unless they were going at 9. And they just didn't start showing us until 11. They had to have. No, because that was the last guy on Monday. Well, let's see how that ooting is going. Well, let's do the one. I'll just go through and edit this out.
Audible gasps, and I couldn't tell where they were coming from. I looked in the audience. There's a lady on the left who seems to be a bit moved and using Kleenex, although I didn't see or hear anything from her. The lady in the back in the black shirt in the last row also was showing some emotion, appeared with Kleenex. But for the most part, I didn't see anything that caused me concern. Folks, I'll remind you, I will say that several people left prior to those photos being shown, including the lady, I think, in the back in the black shirt, I thought left. Folks, no gasping, no audible noises of any kind, okay? Bailiffs, if you can assist me in keeping an eye out for that, so that we can make sure that that doesn't occur again, okay? Let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back.
Taking a break. What happened? Were they showing pictures and people got upset? I mean, come on, that's a natural reaction. Well, let's go back. Let's see. Oh my God. Oh my God. I might get struck for that. God. Geez, Kathy, we're missing the wrong trial. Well, of course you will. I got to stay here for the next hour by myself. Try to figure out what to watch. Sandy, you still here? Well, want to watch this with me? Will you be my friend? Oh my God, where's that music coming from? Their house?
Hey, it's Fisher. Did you need anything? No, she said she's good. I already told Casey. Alright. See you soon.
I guess nobody's here to talk to me. That's fine. Oh. Oh. I don't know. I might have to, after this Devyn trial, I might have to stream this one. Yeah. Kathy always does this to me. She wants me to start on time and then she'll leave and I'm stuck here by myself for 2 hours or an hour. Yeah, Kathy. Naughty. Yeah, I think I might stream this one. There's a lot of good trials this week. That one in Arizona. So it won't be very long then. Because the shorter the trial, the better. So that way you can do multiple ones. You know what I mean? Wow, it's a nice house.
Ms. Walker, were there obviously bloody footprints leading towards the residence of Johnna Walton and also walking away from the residence of Johnna Walton towards 2040 Melport Road?
Yes.
In addition to the video that you recorded of those
Long Crime
footprints,
Chat
you told us that
says
you also
a
prepared
detective
diagram.
is on the stand giving a proffer outside of the jury's presence.
Will you please point
But
out
we waited.
the
Nobody was doing anything.
page?
Well, let me see. Yeah. They're doing it outside of our preference, out of our presence too. Jesus, they had 6 interviews with Devyn. She failed the polygraph test. Oh, shoot. Yeah, we knew that she failed that one. She only failed one question. Okay, where were we? We were getting to the good parts. Yeah, I do remember that. It was after the polygraph test. She said that she whacked him, that she possibly could have unalived him.
In addition to
why she didn't take that plea deal is beyond
video
me.
that you
It was a
recorded
dumb
of those
decision.
footprints, you told us
That
you also
lawyer
prepared
just
a
wouldn't help
diagram.
her.
Let's look at that. Will you please point out
Well, I think my dog needs to go out.
paved
I'll be on
area,
my
the
phone.
street area of Malakote Road?
Sure, it's right along here.
Now, I see that in the diagram, 1240, the home of the Towers, has what looks like depicted blood on the front entryway.
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
She
Did
did?
you see any
I
blood
don't remember that.
from the front entryway?
Where are you seeing all this?
Down to the road?
In the grass?
Yes, in the grass.
There was some, but the grass was wet from dew, so it was very difficult to locate.
And then it appears that you documented some
Are you
blood
reading that in the chat
crossing
that she
past
took
the
ahead
vacant
with her and
residence.
put it in a laundry basket?
Yes.
1220.
Is that what the chat is
Yes.
saying?
Both on the driveway
Yes.
and then later on the paved area of Malakote Road.
Yes.
Were you able to tell by the naked eye in which direction the bleeding person was walking for the blood drops and the blood stains in the driveway?
In this driveway, it appeared that the movement of the person bleeding would have been from east to west.
And what about
174
the
stab
blood
wounds
drops
between
that
two
we
people.
see
You
on the
ain't moving
paved
anywhere.
road, between 1220 and 1200?
That motion was a little bit more difficult to determine along the roadway because of the texture of the roadway, and also possibility of the person bleeding was moving slower, so it was more of a drip than it was a faster motion.
So were you able to tell, based upon those blood drops, that they were different in some way? For example, the blood drops on 1220 in the driveway as opposed to the blood drops on the paved area of Malakote Road?
Yes.
And what was the distinction that you observed?
It was pretty apparent that this movement was from east to west at a pretty rapid pace, and this was presumably going back the other way, but at a slower pace.
Much slower pace. All right, thank you.
Did you have further assignment on September 1st, in addition to video recording the blood droplets and beginning to prepare a diagram?
I further documented the bloodstains on the address of 1220 Malakote Road across the driveway.
Okay. Did there come a time when a search was conducted of the premises of 1240 Malakote Road, the Tower residence?
Yes, at approximately 3:45 a.m., I was notified that a residential search warrant had been obtained for 1240.
Okay. Did you participate, after the search warrant was executed, Did you participate in the search or documentation of items of evidence in that residence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you prepare a diagram of the interior of the residence?
Yes, diagram and photography inside.
Now showing you what have been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 7A through 7J. Will you look at these for me, please? Sorry, Mr. Gilman.
You're okay. You're okay. Yeah, you're okay.
Do you recognize these photographs as well?
Yes, there are photographs that I took.
Pardon?
There are photographs that I took.
Okay, are they a true and accurate depiction of the scene after you and detectives in this case began to search the premises at 1240 Malcote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering into evidence 7A through 7J.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
7A through 7J will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Walker, we're going to take a look at 7A, please. And can you tell us what we see in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the exterior front of 1240 Malcote Road.
Okay. 7B.
Also of the front exterior of 1240 with the side garage door open.
All right. 7C.
This is the front entry and walkway of 1240 Malcote. This is the front door.
7D.
Is also another photo of the front door.
Okay, could you please point out the blood drops at the bottom of the door?
There's blood coming down the door and drips on the step.
Let's look next at State's Exhibit 7E.
And again, the front door with blood in this area and dripping down.
Now we're going to look at the interior of the residence. And let's start with State's Exhibit 7F. Can you tell us in which room are we looking?
This is the living room.
And what do we see here in this photograph?
This is the living room floor This is the male decedent, female decedent, a cell phone here, excessive amounts of blood on each of the couches here. This is the doorway going into the master bedroom. And the front door is over here.
Thank you. Is this the way the scene, exactly the way the scene looked upon entry by Northport Police Department and crime scene technicians?
Yes.
We're going to look at State's Exhibit 7G. And if you could just point out the, in order to orient the jurors, can you point out where the front door is, please?
The front door is right here.
Next, we're going to look at State's Exhibit 7I. H, pardon. 7H. I. And again, in order to orient the members of the jury, if you could please point out, and we'll go back and forth between these two photographs, Mr. Tower, legs, and then Mr. Tower's legs near that love seat or couch in the residence and the front door. And finally, in this series of photographs, 7J. Now, although this piece of furniture looks similar, is it different from the piece of furniture that we looked at in the last photograph, 7I?
Yes, it was on a wall where there was a sliding glass door behind it.
I'm sorry?
It was along a wall where there was a sliding glass door.
What I'm asking you is this piece of furniture different from this piece of furniture?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I talked to you earlier about a diagram that you produced. Can you please take a look at this for us, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this a diagram that you produced based upon your investigation at 1240 Mellicote Road?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate depiction to the best of your ability of the crime scene that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 9 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
9 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you. Let's look at 9 so that we can get an idea of the layout of that residence. Ms. Walker, first, can you please show us the front door entrance area?
The front door is right here.
And the two bodies of Robbie and Jennifer Tower, where do they appear on this floor plan?
Right here and right here.
And we talked about two pieces of furniture, both sort of brown, overstuffed, upholstered seating. So where is the larger of the two pieces, the couch area?
It is right here.
Okay. And the second?
Right over here.
All right. Now, In addition to the living area where the bodies were found, did you also go into the master bedroom?
Yes.
Will you point that out for the jury, please? Point to the bed. And we see a lot of red depicting blood in the area just to, as we look at this, to the, at the top of the bed, to the north, let's say that's north. Can you point that out too?
Yes.
Aside from the bed itself, is there a bloody area near the, from the area between the bed and the wall, the north wall?
Right here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to determine where the defendant's bedroom was in this home?
I was advised that the defendant's bedroom is in this corner.
Show us the kitchen, please. Now, aside from the blood in the master bedroom, the blood in the living room and the front entrance, and it appears to be some drops of blood in the kitchen, did you find blood in any other areas of the house?
No, it was mostly concentrated in those areas.
Thank you. Now showing you what have been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 14A through 14M as in Mary. Take a look for me. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the crime scene on September 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering 14A through 14M into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
14A through 14M will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, again, we're going to focus just for a moment on the living room, and we're going to point out the piece of brown furniture that we saw behind Mr. Towers' legs, and I want you to show the members of the jury the entrance to the master bedroom, please.
Okay. This is the sofa, and this is the entrance to the master bedroom.
And while we have them both now in the same photograph, that love seat that you described as being against a sliding glass door.
That love seat is right here.
Thank you. Let's look next at State's Exhibit 14B. And you're going to have to tell us in which room are we looking now?
This is inside the master bedroom.
Okay, so let's switch between the two photographs. And we're going to look at 14A and then 14B. Show us that wall that goes into the bedroom.
It's just on the other side of this door jamb.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah, Leah took a little extra time out there. I had to turn my air conditioner on. It's hot. All this talk has got me hot. Kathy, any more updates? Well, we all know I like only black guys, so we know what type I like. And brown. Black and brown. I don't really care for white guys at all. I've only dated 2 white guys my whole life. I was married to one of them. After all that talk during the son of many trial, I had to know. Oh, you watched. I'm going to have to look it up. I'm going to send me one of his videos, Sandy. Send me his video. I want to watch. I want to watch it. Did you see any with Devyn? What? My air conditioner shut off already. It's not 68 degrees in here. Feels like 178. Sandy, I'm going to need some proof on these videos. My God, we got to figure this out. We got to get that air on. Eh. Oh, there we go. I had it on the economical. Not today. Cindy, how you like this talk? Cindy's a good girl. She don't like us to talk about this. Did it perk you up a little bit? Kathy Rusin from Long Crime says that Devyn is an ex of Robert Baker, but is not the underage one we heard about in Monica's trial. Yeah, well, Devyn was underage when he was with her. Oh, sure, Sandy. Sandy says, you know what? That was probably her in the video with him. Just do a search of his name and corn video. It's not like I have them saved to my phone or anything. Laugh out loud. Kathy says, Kathy Rusin from Long Crime says that Devyn is an ex of Robert Baker, but is not the underage one we heard about in Monica's trial. Well, laugh out loud. My late husband was Jamaican. That's all I'm going to say on this subject. Oh, I bet. Those Jamaicans, I heard about them boys. Oh, them boys. Can you tell the coffee really got to me? Them boys. We're going to talk about them boys, them Jamaican boys. My sister had a friend. Her name's Alicia. She went all the way to Jamaica to meet this guy that she met online. Yeah, she said he was hung too. That detective will be on the stand after lunch. Oh, good. So then we're going to hear some good, juicy stuff. I got to look up Robert Baker. Robert Baker. I mean, I don't think Google has this stuff like randomly. Oh. Oh, yeah, the XNXX. Yeah. So let's look up. What do we want? Okay, let's look up Robert. Oh, there he is. I better turn my phone down. I only watch Black. You are crazy. Oh, Robert, he says that 2 women, you know what, to get everything done. son will go through my phone later and be like, why are you watching that stuff? I don't know. I think he might be this drunk guy walking up the stairs, but now I think he's in prison for murder. I think he's in prison for murder now, right? Well, that can't be him because this guy right here, does he have a tattoo on the side of his face, Sandy? This guy's thing is huge. Oh, and it's curved. I don't like curved. Let me see what Robert Baker really looks like. I don't know. That guy said, oh, okay, Cindy, sorry about the conversation. Okay, then that was the guy I was watching. His thing is pretty big. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my God, my email went up and it scared the crap out of me. Oh, Ron Jeremy. No, he don't. Well, that was fun. That was fun. We lost poor Cindy. She's like, I'm out.
14C.
This is a little bit further into the master bedroom, still turning to the right into the doorway.
14D.
This is the corner of the bed and a dresser that was along the north wall.
Okay. Is that the foot of the bed that we see, that brown leather, or?
Yes. This is like an ottoman. And this is the corner of the bed.
Oh.
Were you able, through your investigation, to determine whose side of the bed this is that we're looking at here with the blood?
I don't know that.
Okay. This is 14F for the record. And there's a nightstand to just on the side of the bed. Would you point that out, members of the jury, please?
Wow.
We're now looking at 14L. This blood smear that we see on the north wall of the bedroom, is it also accompanied by a lot of blood spatter surrounding the smear itself?
Yes, there's smaller impact stains here.
Now that nightstand that we saw in the previous picture, did there come a time when evidence was found behind that nightstand?
Yes.
Did you discover that evidence yourself? Or did someone in the Northport Police Department that was searching the house discover that evidence?
It was a detective that located it.
Okay.
Oh, that's so sad.
And that is 14L, but we're going to look at a closer photograph. Is this the item of evidence that was found behind the nightstand in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And why is it that you have an evidence marker there, a yellow plastic number 10? What's the purpose of doing that in crime scene investigation?
To identify items of evidence in a methodical manner, so each item would be assigned a number.
And did you use those markers that you set out in the crime scene when you were preparing that diagram so that you could include items of evidence that were relevant to the case in that floor plan that we saw just a few moments ago?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what has been marked for evidence by the state of State's Exhibit number 15. And State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 15?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's packaged in a way that we package knives, and it has our barcode label and case number on it.
Okay, is your identification on there?
Yes.
Yes, he did, Sandy. Wow.
Do you recognize the packaging of this item?
Yes.
Can you open that for me, please? There's some gloves.
Why is she walking like that? Another young kid gonna go to prison for the rest of his life for dumb, stupid decisions.
You could just look into that box and tell me if you recognize that item.
terrible.
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was discovered and packaged?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 15 to evidence, please.
Any objection to 15? No objection. 15 will be admitted. Do you wish to publish that to the jury?
I do, but I have another piece as well. So
Okay.
I'm now showing you State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is in Northport Police Department packaging, and it is labeled with the case number.
Okay, you speak up nice and loudly.
It's labeled with the case number and with Northport Police Department packaging.
Okay, and can you tell me what that is, please?
It's a cellular phone.
And where was that phone located?
It was on the master bedroom floor between the bed and the north wall.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected from the crime scene?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm now offering State 16 into evidence, please.
Any objection? No objection. 16 will be admitted. You may publish it.
May I have the bailiff publish?
Yes, Carl, if you can help us out.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, please.
Well, how old is the kid? I think you have to be over the age of 18 to be eligible for the DP. How old is he? You know? He looks really young. Well, and he was in foster care, so he was...
Thank you.
I don't know, but I think this lady maybe shouldn't wear high heels. I just don't seem like she's comfortable. She's walking funny. We don't got time for that lady. Wear flat shoes so you don't try to fall. And then we'll have that problem. Probably break a hip. Well, sir, can't you stand a little closer?
Yes, please.
What's his name? Dima Tower. I'd be upset about the name. Two counts of first-degree murder.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification. State's Exhibit 17A through 17D. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the kitchen area of 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering States 17A, B, C, and D into evidence, please.
Any objection? No objection. States Exhibit 17A, B, C, and D will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
He was 14 years old. Oh, he's from Ukraine.
We're looking at State's Exhibit 17A, and if you could please orient the jury by showing them where is the master bedroom
Oh, he would have been 21, so yeah. Why isn't this a DP case?
The master bedroom would be in this corner beyond
Florida.
the kitchen.
They like to put everybody on DP in there in Florida.
Now we're looking at
Nothing
State's
against it.
Exhibit 17B. As you and Northport police detectives searched the area, did you note anything of significance in the kitchen area?
Yes, we observed what appeared to be diluted blood stains around the countertop, around the sink.
My neck is hurting.
Kind of down the front of the cabinets here, there was some. Also on the front of the dishwasher, and a towel that appeared to have blood on it as well.
Was there also a group of knives that were readily apparent when you walked into the kitchen?
Yes, there's a knife block here.
Jeez, I might take a nap.
Let's look next at 17C.
I have to call my phone when it's
Some
over.
evidence of cleanup. Can
Yeah.
you show the members of the jury what we're looking for here?
There's diluted blood here and around the right side.
And at
That might
this
have been
point,
from
has
him
that
washing
knife
his
block
hands,
been
huh?
removed from that area?
Yes.
So the knife block was, show us again. The knife block was there, but now has it been collected as evidence?
It
Is this no longer on the sink?
That's correct.
Let's look finally at State's Exhibit 17D. And what do we see in this photograph that's significant?
Diluted blood here and the towel with what appeared to be blood on it as well.
Okay, so you say blood. Is there any way that you test for what appears to be blood so that you know it takes you a little bit closer to the realization that it's actually blood?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you do that.
There's a presumptive test called phenolphthalein that will identify when there's blood present versus just a reddish stain.
So how does phenolphthalein?
Yes.
Phenolphthalein, how does that work specifically? The chemical reaction?
It is a chemical reaction. It's a three-step process utilizing a swab that's moistened, and you rub the stain that you're wanting to test, and then you apply 2 more chemicals, and it will give a reaction that's pink if it's positive.
And in this particular case, did you use that phenolphthalein to test for presumptive blood on the towel and the areas surrounding the sink?
We did not.
Why?
There wasn't a question in the way that the scene was presented to us, and it was somewhat irrelevant. If the towel needed to be further tested, it could be done in a lab as well.
All right, thank you.
Oh, my shoulder. Oh, he's 24? Well, you will no longer see the light of day. The judge already knows if he gets convicted, he's going away for the rest of his life, which is so sad. You know, like there could have been other ways to do this. He just threw his whole entire life away.
No, I want to look at the label. I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 18.
Oh, stupid.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
it part of the evidence that you collected from the kitchen when you did the search and collection of evidence on September 1st of 2023?
Yes.
Is this in the same or similar condition as when you retrieved it from the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, you hesitated.
There's one knife that's not in the block.
Okay, but it's in the same or substantially the
Yes.
same condition? All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit number 18 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
18 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Would you like to put some gloves on and take it out? Thank you. You can just display it to the jury from where you were standing, Ms. Walker. Now, you mentioned, as I was asking you if it was in the same or substantially the same condition, that it was a bit different from when you collected it. What is the difference?
There's one knife that was down here that's not in the block.
Okay. Put that down, and then we're going to look at what's been marked for identification in State's Exhibit number 22. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 22 for identification, and I want to ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the crime scene at 1240 Malibu?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's 22 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
22 would be admitted. You may publish it.
Thank you. Okay, and if you could just stand up and show that to the jury. I think I'm going to ask the bailiff to do that as well. You may be seated. So this knife that you found in the knife block, is it similar to the knife that was found behind the nightstand in the master bedroom?
Yes.
How similar?
The handles are both silver metal and the blade is serrated.
Is it virtually identical to the knife that was found behind the nightstand?
Yes.
Well, we still have your gloves on. I'm going to ask you to put that back in the box, please. Thank you. Now, in the photographs that we looked at just a few moments ago, in State's Exhibit number 17D, we talked about a towel, a white towel that was found on the countertop in the kitchen. Did you collect that and put it into evidence at the Northport Police Department?
Yes.
now showing you the oath and mark for identification. And State's Exhibit number 20. Do you recognize that item, Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Is this the item that you collected from the countertop in the kitchen that we just saw in the photograph 17B?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected
Yes.
in the kitchen? Your Honor, I'm now offering States 20 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
20 will be admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Thank you. Did there come a time when the medical examiner arrived on the scene?
Yes.
Did you assist the medical examiner in any way?
Yes, I assisted with an examination of the decedents as well as additional photography of their injuries.
And is that something that you routinely do at a homicide scene such as this when the medical examiner comes?
Yes.
All right. And in this case, the victims were lying prone or face down when you first encountered their bodies?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it important for the medical examiner to turn over the bodies specifically for identification, but also to identify the wounds inflicted?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what have been marked for identification as 19A and 19B. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the decedents after Dr. Vega arrived on scene and you assisted him in further investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering 19A and 19B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 19A and 19B will be admitted. Where are we in terms of timing on this witness?
Close to completion.
Okay. Jurors, are you okay to continue or do you want a break? We've been going for about an hour and a half. I know it was after lunch. You folks okay? We'll take one after this witness. Okay, let's continue then. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now looking at State's Exhibit 19A. And is this Jennifer Tower?
Yes, it is.
Now we see now that there is a little difference in the scene. We have a white sheet lying under Ms. Tower. Is that something that the medical examiner routinely does when he or she comes to the scene to begin their preliminary examination?
Yes.
And was Ms. Tower's body transported from the scene to the morgue at some point that day on September 1st?
Yes.
Let's look now at State's Exhibit 19B. And again, Mr. Tower is lying on a white sheet. Is that part of the medical examiner's protocol?
Yes.
Was his body subsequently removed from the scene and taken to the morgue?
Yes.
For autopsy?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State Exhibit number 10. You recognize that?
Yes.
Is it in the same, substantially the same conditions?
Well, I know it's wrong, but here, take a minute and you want to eat, or if you want to take a breakfast sandwich. Take a deep breath. It's okay to talk about it.
I promise you it'll feel a lot better to talk about it. I know you may not think that right now, but
I'm not like that. If you want to understand anything, you have to understand that. Doesn't make me feel better.
Did you lose family over there? Do you ever talk to them?
Why does it matter?
Just making conversation, that's it. Just want to see if talking might be able to help you. At least for a little bit.
How is it going to help me?
How? Well,
How would it help me?
you're not going to keep it bottled up inside. So it's like shaking up a Coke bottle, and as you let it out.
What happened last night? Shaking up a Coke bottle you talk about.
And that's what happened. So did you not get along with your parents? Well, it does matter. I mean,
It's none of your problems, you know. Me talking about it doesn't make me feel better. I don't know what. If you want to understand anything, why don't you understand it? Not all the people are the same.
no, and I get it. But, you know.
I don't keep it bottled up and stuff.
No. Well, something happened last night. Either you guys argued.
There's a lot of things that happen.
does it stem from way before last night, or?
Has nothing to do with it. Look, I should have never came to Ukraine. Should have stayed in Ukraine.
You should have stayed in Ukraine.
Yeah. This country is a shithole.
So what don't you like about this country?
Every American asks me that. Huh? You're blind.
Well, probably because I was born here, so.
Yeah, well, you can fold it, you don't know nothing about what's wrong with this country.
Well, why don't you tell me? Because maybe I can open my eyes to how you see.
Huh? But it doesn't matter.
It's his perspective, man.
Perspective or facts?
Well, your perspective, and it could be lead to facts.
In my perspective, or the truth that you don't see is the
Oh, we're not perfect.
It's not.
Yeah. So did you get adopted by your parents here? How old were you?
15 or 16.
15 or 16. Did you know your neighbors down the street?
I don't give a shit about neighbors.
Hey y'all, thanks for being here. The whole two people. I just wanted to remind everyone to like, share, and comment. We'll get back to the interrogation here. I know, but I do got to cut in every once in a while. If I don't, I'm going to fall asleep over here. Okay, here we go.
You used to go over there and he used to use his tools or something?
Working on your car?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I really care about neighbors, but I'm just using people.
Yeah. Is that what you did last night? You used your parents?
No. So you're making an assumption.
Well, you said you used people.
Yeah, because there's not that good people, many good people around, so I don't know.
Were your parents good? Did they hurt you?
Not anymore.
It's complicated.
You go bye-bye. For a long time.
Well, because, you know, we have a job to do, so we're trying to see what your side of the story is. Is it something that set you off, like your parents got in your face? Were you protecting yourself? You know, there's so many different options. Or were you just, you know, okay, so give me the opportunity to talk to you and find out, like, what you feel about everything. I'm a people person. I like to talk to people.
So what happened last night? Did you want to do something? Help me understand what happened.
Rage.
He caught him off guard.
What?
Later.
Rage has to come from somewhere, so there has to be some reason. It's a lot of rage to keep bottled up.
Right.
Did your parents push you into the rage?
We weren't like family anymore.
They weren't family anymore?
Yeah.
Did they change?
We've been through so much shit.
Yeah.
We've been arguing and going back and forth.
About what? What
family issues.
Okay. What do you do for work or hobbies and stuff?
Hobbies.
Like you working right now, or?
Yeah, not right now.
Right.
What do you like?
I'm not gonna be doing anything for.
What do you like to do?
Everything.
So you are feeling, I mean, you are getting upset about what happened last night. So that means that you have.
I mean, it's the question that you asked me.
What?
Well, why don't you ask us a lot of questions?
It's like.
What's the PSA?
What I want to do, or
public service
what
announcement.
I like to do, or I work.
Well,
we're not robots, man.
Why don't you get to know you?
That's not what I meant.
You're welcome.
That's not what I meant.
What did you mean? I don't want to misunderstand what you.
But I could help. I don't know what he's crying about.
I guess. I don't know what to say.
Take your time. We're in no rush. That could have a lot to do with it.
Well, I don't want to lie, so.
Time in the world now.
Well, I'm glad that you're not gonna lie. If you want to eat, you can take a break. You want to eat?
I don't care to eat.
Eat after what he did. Oh, hell no.
We can get you more water if you need.
Look, what do you want to understand?
I want to understand you. I want to hear what you were feeling. So, last night, what led up to last night?
Dealing with a lot. It's probably too much to explain this.
I promise you I got nothing but time.
You'll write me too.
And I'm willing to hear, you talk about it. I want to hear what you're going through. I want to hear what led up to last night. Why it led up to last night. What's going through your head. Why are you feeling the way you're feeling? Things that are happening to you that made you feel that way.
I mean, look, you asked me what caused it last night.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, ask for a lawyer.
You're just maybe it was kind of, well, it's kind of, it's hard to explain because you sit there and you think you understand me, but I don't think you do.
Well,
and I'm not saying this because I want you to understand me. I'm saying this because most of the people I talk to, they don't understand shit.
Well, why don't you try us out? Because we've heard a lot of stories, especially in our career.
We talk to a lot of people
So-
who are not your average,
Sometimes
Why are we on camera?
well, everything, it's for your safety and our safety, so. And it has to be, because we're in Venice Police Department's area, so it's however they want to do it.
What I want to know is how did you find me?
I think they just came up upon me, so I think it was just out of luck.
You think?
Yeah, I think that.
Are you not found right now?
No, not mine. I think that Venice Police Department was just checking the store, and they saw you, and that's it. But you evaded us for many hours, so you're pretty good at what you were doing. So either you study how to avoid cops, or
I don't study that.
No.
Instincts.
just instincts. Did you have shoes or no?
Yeah, they took my shoes off.
Okay.
No, it was a big threat.
Well, it's probably their protocol. They have shoelaces.
Yeah. Shoelaces.
So it's probably just their protocol. So you didn't get hurt or anything like that. I know you have a lot of scratches and stuff like that. It's probably running through the woods, right?
Yeah, it's going through a few canals too.
Yeah. Are you wet?
The socks are wet.
You can take them off if you want, but I don't know what. So look, there's no easy way around this, Nemo. Okay. It's either your side of the story or we just go with what the scene says. But I think that there's a lot more to it.
There is.
So why don't you just try to see if we can understand what.
But what does it get us?
I don't know what it's going to get us. Maybe us trying to say, well, we could see that happening the way it did.
To give an explanation of what happened last night, because right now we don't have it. We just have what we can see and what's there.
It's not a bad, It has a lot to do with everything. It has a lot to do with everything that I've been through. The anger that's inside.
Yeah.
All the shit that I've seen.
What kind of shit have you seen?
I know, it might not make sense. What, so you see this scene from what happened, and then, like, why do you have to come in here and ask me about it? If you, like, where does it get us if you don't ask me, or, like, what's the point of this?
You have to understand that, you know, we're here to do a job. I'm trying to treat you just like I would treat anybody else.
That's fine. So, like, we have this supposed conversation. It's just to get the other side of stories. It's just about it.
You talking about the conversation we're having right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't have their side of the story. But we'd like to get yours.
and the other thing is, like, I mean, do you call them mom and dad, or do you call them something else?
Used to.
Used to? So, you want to walk us through, or the other thing is, I'm worried about where did you put the knife? Because I don't want anybody, any kids or anything coming across it. Did you use a knife, or was it something else?
It was a knife.
It was a knife.
I love how they always use that excuse. I need, just in case any kids were to come along and find it, we really need to know where it's at. I know you need to see if his DNA or fingerprints are on it. Dude, just be honest. And this interrogation guy here, this guy here, I've seen him in a lot of interrogations. I think I'm by myself now, but the other trial is going to be starting in about 10 minutes. So,
Do you know what kind of knife it was?
Yeah, the kitchen knife.
The kitchen knife? The silver handled one?
Yeah, I dropped
it. Oh, I meant to mute and I paused or paused it.
Did you use the big knife or the steak knives?
Steak knife.
The steak knife?
Oh my God, a steak knife most likely had like serrated edge, like, like the thing so it would cut through the, oh my God, why? Oh, how horrifying. That must have been a horrible, what? And then it was an over ill, just by the way, how many times, it was done. So he was showing anger towards them.
So do you know where you dropped it, or?
No.
Do you know if you took it with you, or?
No, I didn't take it with me.
Do you know if you threw it in the woods, or is it in the house?
You asked me, it's like, it sounds dumb, but you asked me, do I know if I threw it in the woods? I didn't take it with me. It was happening, and I dropped it. Not that I had, and then I grabbed another one. It was hard to understand.
Did it break off?
Break what off?
The knife.
What made you use the second one? This is what he's trying to get at.
That's why I started.
So,
where did it start? The bedroom? The living room?
Yep.
Was your dad sleeping?
Yep.
Did you guys have a fight prior to this?
No.
It just raged?
It's a lot of things.
What did you think about last night?
Sleep. Thinking. Oh, like, I don't like the situation. I don't like the people I'm with, so I'm just gonna kill them.
So you said that if you don't like the people that you're with, you want to kill them?
Not anybody. I mean, has a lot to do with, like, the way I am and the way I see things. Personal reasons. but observations and, like you said, you want to try to understand, it's hard to explain.
So have you had these thoughts for most of your life as a...
No.
No.
Just came up because of all the anger and all the... Yeah, I want to go back to the grind.
Yeah.
That's the reason that...
Did you ask them, did you say that to your parents that you were going to go back to Ukraine, and did they put up a fight with you or something?
No, it's not that.
No.
No, personally, I want to go back to Ukraine because I'm sick and tired of learning this notion, put it on purpose.
Yeah, I hear you.
So what made you go in there and have an altercation like you had?
It was not an altercation.
What happened when you went to the bedroom? You got to sleep in my house.
Just stabbing.
What was he doing?
What do you mean?
Was he yelling, or did he wake up after you stabbed him?
You're asking kind of weird questions.
Well, I mean, did he start fighting you? Because we know that he got out of bed somehow.
Yeah, you want me to stop?
Yeah. Do you know where you stabbed him first?
I was dark.
Where was your mom at?
Right there.
She was next to him? Did she wake up?
Yep.
So, you do know that, like, we're trying to piece this together, okay? So, your dad starts getting up out of bed.
No, he wasn't. He was sleeping.
Okay. And you stabbed him?
Yep.
Do you remember how many times?
Very terrible.
I'm sorry?
Countless.
Countless times? Did he ever get out of bed?
Yeah.
And then what? Did you push him against the wall? Or did he fall?
Just bleeding out. Going around the house. Trying to fight him back.
Okay. Did you stab him out in the living room or leaving out of the bedroom?
Yep.
Where was your mom at?
Going around the neighborhood asking for help.
Was she on the phone?
Possibly. Some called the police.
Did she hit you or anything, or try to fight you off, or?
She's a woman. What do you think she's gonna do?
Well, I can tell you that if probably most women will either run or they're gonna fight back.
Well, tried to fight back, but there's not much she could do.
Right. So.
Did she try to fight you back?
And then, did you stab her?
You already know I stabbed both of them. You're asking me questions that are obvious. Questions that you already know.
I don't know for sure what
He's
happened.
got a bad
Well, you know that I
stutter.
stabbed both
Not
of
making
them.
fun of anybody, but he's got a really bad stutter, or he's just really
I
upset.
mean, a lot of things could happen. I don't know.
What happened when she ran out? Did she go out the front door?
Yep.
Did you close the door behind her, or did you?
I told her to get back inside.
And she kept going?
No, she went back inside.
At one point, did she go to the neighbors?
Yeah, that's when she went out. Sound cold?
Where was your dad at that point?
Dead.
Dead.
Where?
Very disturbing.
On the floor.
Did he fall into the couch a couple times or no?
Possibly. Yeah, I think he did. Can't remember.
Did he say anything?
And this question's kind of, what, you're trying to get mess up the story, but you basically get an idea of what this is.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to get mess up the story, but I just brutally stabbed one of the parents. What is there to get?
When your mom came back in the house, what happened?
Well, did you hear what he said?
Yeah, I know. But we know that you stabbed your dad to death. but your mom did leave to go to the neighbors. Did you go back out there to get her? Or
Yes.
so did you run across the grass or?
Yes.
And you yelled at her?
No, I said,
Where was she at that point? Do you remember?
neighbor's house.
In the driveway, front door, or what? Driveway.
So she comes back. Did she listen to you? She comes back. Do you guys talk to her all the time?
Yeah, I tried to talk to her.
How did that conversation go?
It was a monologue.
So did you stab her already at that time, at that point?
After I finished saying what I had to say.
What's that?
After I finished saying what I had to say.
After you said what you had to say to her, then you stabbed her?
Yes.
Where?
A lot of places, like you. Don't you already notice?
Did you cut her throat?
No, just Devyn.
You stabbed her in the throat?
Oh my
And she laid right there?
No, she terrified me back.
Where was she where was your mom when you stabbed her? Were you guys in the house at that point? Did you start outside?
In the house.
All the times that you stabbed your mom was inside the house?
Yep.
Okay. Where at? In the living room, the bedroom, kitchen?
Yeah.
Was she sitting on the couch or no?
Yep.
Which couch, the small one or the big one?
Small one.
Were you sitting there with her?
I was standing up.
And you were talking to her, and
Yeah.
what was she saying back?
Pretty much nothing.
She wasn't crying, pleading for her life or anything?
She was.
She was. So you stabbed her in the throat? Was that the last time you stabbed her, or you kept stabbing her?
Kept stabbing
At what point did you go get the other knife?
her. When I lost the first one.
Was that on your father?
Yep.
So it's just the steak knives?
Yep.
Where was the dog at?
In the bedroom.
In the master bedroom?
Yeah. I wouldn't kill a dog because there's no reason to kill a dog.
Yeah. What's the dog's name?
Sparkle.
Sparkle. Okay.
What was the reason to kill your parents?
Many reasons.
Can you give us one reason?
I don't like him.
What did they do to make you not like them? I don't know. I'm asking. I don't live your life. I don't live with you guys.
I mean, yeah. Everyone's gonna tell you that. Well, yeah, in America, yeah, you get whatever you want. Life's easy, but I don't see it like that. It's like,
How do you see it? Help me understand.
well, I'm basically nobody coming from nowhere. You know?
And is that when your parents adopted you?
No, that was my biological mother. There's no thing. I was just,
Okay.
what I'm basically saying is, the way I see things is not laying that way. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you that I tried to control my parents. That's not what it is. I'm not that fucked up in the head, But it's just, my adopted parents really never taught me anything to,
They never taught you anything, you said?
Yeah, it's like, I feel like I'm like a self-learner, like basically tell myself like what to do, what not to do. And like when I first came to this country, I was like, I didn't like the way I was treated. And I misbehave a lot, but that has nothing to do. After I got older, it's, like I said, it's stupid.
Do they
The
not?
reason is stupid, the reason that I killed him is stupid.
Yeah. So did they adopt you from Ukraine?
Foster care.
Foster care. So you came over here and was put in foster care?
No, I wasn't foster care because my real mother died and my family picked me up, and then the truth is they didn't want to put up with me.
He's such
For
a
some reason,
smart ass.
Your real family just want to put you in foster care and forget about you.
Did your adoptive family love you? Like, did it seem like it? Or?
Yeah, they love me, but at the same time,
I got it on law and crime. The
it was not always about my family.
I'll click over.
Controlling me.
Them controlling you, or
Sometimes.
how so? Like physically, or
No.
mentally, or
Like,
telling you what you can and can't do? Or?
My air conditioner.
like, who's the household of the house?
Good.
Who's the household in the house?
I mean,
A man,
yeah,
right?
it
My God, he is very disturbed. I don't know why he's being such a smart butt to these detectives, but wow. He's like, you already know. You've seen it. Why are you asking me the questions? Well, because they can't assume anything. They have to hear it from your mouth. Buddy, why did you ill your parents? They brought you here out of their loving hearts, and look what you did to them. Oh my God. Yeah, well, if anyone's here, I think the seal is still up. It hasn't moved. So they're not quite back yet. I think I might, being this is a really short case, if it's done by Friday, when Devyn's is done, I think I will cover this one, being it's short. Oh, we're back. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go to the trial. Okay, sorry, Sandy. I gotta go to my other trial. It's back. That white screen messes with my eyeballs.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
We are back on the record in C 377239, State Battle versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present and her attorney. Deputy District Attorney, on behalf of the state, we both parties give way to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please may call your next witness.
Dennis Ozawa.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And officer, would you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Full name is Dennis Ozawa, first name Dennis, last name Ozawa.
Whenever you're ready, stand.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
Currently a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with Henderson?
Approximately approximately 10 years.
And how long have you been in your current assignment?
Approximately 8.
What is your current assignment?
I'm with the Crimes Against Persons Unit.
And what does that entail generally?
For the Crimes Against Person Unit, it entails we investigate a wide variety of violent crimes in City of Henderson, to include robberies, kidnappings, shootings, death investigations, arson ball shootings, and homicides also.
And so you've been doing that for 8 years. What were you doing in the 2 years prior as a detective?
I was a fraud detective prior.
And what were you doing prior to that?
Patrol officer.
How long were you a patrol officer approximately?
Approximately 10 years.
During the course of your career, sir, have you received numerous trainings on law enforcement best practices?
Correct.
And during the course of your career, have you responded to hundreds of crime scenes?
Correct.
In your 8 years with homicide, have you ever responded to a decapitation case prior to this case?
I have not.
Fair to say that this particular investigation was a large one?
Yes.
Entailing many support personnel such as crime scene analysts, other detectives from homicide, and actually some other detectives from other units called in to assist in the investigation.
That is correct.
In this particular case, did you get called out to a homicide at 2698 Paladura on August 7th, 2023?
I did.
Do you remember around what time you were called out?
I believe it was approximately in 9:40 is when we were notified.
9:40 in the morning?
Correct.
And what time was the actual call for service, sir?
I believe it was approximately 8:40 in the morning.
Who was the person reporting?
Yoko Willette.
What was the general information you received before responding to the scene?
From what we were told, that from dispatch, that Yoko had called in, advised that she had found her son, Johnathan Willette, in his bedroom, and he was all bloody, and believes that he was dead at that time.
And so, is it fair to assume that fire and first responders went out to the scene before you did?
Yes,
And it was confirmed that Johnathan was in fact deceased?
that is correct.
Did you say the victim's full name for the record?
Johnathan Willette.
Once you arrive at the scene, you get called out around 9:40. What happens when you arrive?
When we arrive, we meaning our Crimes Against Person Unit plus the crime scene analysts, we start to show up. As soon as we all arrive, we're waiting for a brief from the supervisor who's on scene. And then once we're there, he provides the brief, basically kind of explain what they did as far as entering the house, any observations that they made at that point, and then the fact that they had probably talked to Yoko, and then we found out about another person that was there at the time with Yoko. I believe his name was Masao Yoshida, that they were the only two there at the house. And then when which the supervisor at that time was Sergeant Shields, who we had spoke with to give us the brief.
Okay. Once you get your briefing from Sergeant Shields, is there a quick walkthrough done of the scene?
That's correct.
In addition to that, did you assign various investigators to different tasks in and around the scene?
That is correct.
Was witness canvassing conducted?
Yes.
What does that mean for the jury?
For witness canvassing, we have other detectives kind of walk around the neighborhood and knock on doors, see if anybody heard or seen anything that night. And then for us, we're going to be talking to the witnesses that were on scene at that time too.
During the course of the witness canvassing, did you learn of any witness who suggested that they heard a gunshot any time during our operative time period?
No.
Was there video canvassing done as well?
That is correct.
What does video canvassing generally entail?
Typically it's in the same way where we have detectives go out, knock on doors, and try to find out if anybody has any video surveillance attached to their residence, and if they captured any kind of footage that would be beneficial to our investigation.
And those detectives who do that, are they documenting what they find?
That's correct.
And then ultimately, you as the lead investigator, do you receive that documentation?
Correct.
And then is it your responsibility to then transfer that documentation into an overall report so the lawyers in a murder trial can actually see what was done and who did it, et cetera?
That is correct.
In this particular case, was the entire investigation documented under Henderson Police Department event number 23-15229?
Yes.
During the course of the video canvassing, did you learn that there were some people who had cameras that were not initially contacted?
Can you rephrase that?
So, well, let me ask it in an easier way. Did the video canvassing occur over the course of several days?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So maybe not all done on day one, but there's
Yes.
follow-up and stuff that's occurring.
Yeah, as the investigation continued, we continued to try and look for more video surveillance throughout the investigation.
All right. So let's talk about the scene generally. I want to start with the outside. What did you observe outside, meaning vehicles or anything of note?
So when I arrived, I observed that the area being the actual residence, had been taped off with crime scene tape. There was a white truck parked out in front with a trailer attached to it. That it was parked on the wrong side of the road, which then that kind of brought notice to us that also the trailer was kind of out a little bit into the road, which in our eyes, or in my opinion, looked like someone was there for a quick trip, not someone that wanted to park there and leave it there overnight. There was also a cone that was in the driveway that we later found out that was indicated that patrol believed that there was possibly a blood mark right there. And then the garage had actually been partially open from the bottom.
And in addition to the truck with the trailer, there was also a small sedan out front, correct?
Correct, and that was parked across the street.
And ultimately, did you determine who was the owner of that vehicle?
We did.
Who was that?
A female named Andrea Reyes, who then we discovered was an ex-girlfriend who recently broke up with our victim, Johnathan Willette.
Based on the fact that her vehicle was out front at the home, was she a person of interest initially?
Correct.
Did you do follow-up investigation to include obtaining her call detail records as well as interviewing her?
That's correct.
Do you remember which detective interviewed Andrea?
It would have been Detective Lionel.
Okay. Without getting into her statement, that would be hearsay, but did you learn anything of big evidentiary value related to Andrea?
Not from Andrea. We learned that we had been told that she was in another state at the time. Was in question. And then after talking to her, we found out that she confirmed that. And then with the records that we got from her phone later, confirmed that she was in a different state at the time that we were looking at.
Okay, but nonetheless, you look into it, her car's out front, you gotta check your boxes, right?
That's correct.
Did you, describe the actual scene walkthrough when you go inside. What do you remember about it?
So when we go in through the front door, to get, I guess, a little descriptive, you walk in, there's a flight of stairs that you go up that kind of takes you to a small den area, and then you have stairs off to the right side of us that take you up to the second floor. And then if you continue to move forward a little bit more, there's the kitchen area. And then to the right of that, you have to walk back down a few flights of stairs, which is where Johnathan Willette's bedroom, makeshift bedroom would be, because it's, I guess, technically a living room, but it's converted to like his bedroom. I believe there were some sheets that were kind of covering the entrance up. I guess we would say that it's using for privacy. And then once you walk down those stairs, you end up going into his bedroom. You can't see the bed where he was lying at that time, because it's kind of tucked back in the corner. And then as you kind of move forward more into the room, you can see the bed, you see the blankets. You can't see him yet, and you don't see him or his body until you get closer to the front of the bed, and then you start to wrap around. Then at that point, you can start seeing the blood on the bed, blood stains, and then blood next to the bed at that point. And then when we get closer, or at least when I got closer, you could have that chemical smell that started burning your nose and your eyes at that time, which we were told from Sergeant Shields originally that was the same thing that they smelled. And I think they actually also mentioned that they had saw smoke coming from the body when they went through at their time. But there was also the chemical bottles that were observed in the hallway, ammonia, I believe it was bleach. And later on, we actually did search what, if you actually combine those together, what it does. It actually creates a toxic gas called chloramine. That was just something that was found out later. And then as you get, like I said, you got closer to the bed, you can see his body where it's just the top of his shoulders. The blanket was pulled up, And then you did not see you didn't see his head, obviously. His neck was severed. Blood was there on the blanket. And then we also noticed that there wasn't any blood spatter on the walls or on the ceiling. Just given the type of injury that we were seeing, you'd expect to probably see a little bit more blood in other places. And then just through that quick, brief walkthrough, I didn't see any weapons or any devices that were believed to be used that would have severed his head off at that time.
As a result of that very strong chemical smell, did the walkthrough get kind of cut short and you step out for a while?
That's correct.
Ultimately, you need to get a search warrant from a judge in order to actually do a thorough search, correct?
Correct.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
Did you at some point on the scene interview Yoko?
We did.
Did you learn, according to Yoko, who was the last person to be with John while he was alive?
Yes, we did.
And who was that?
We discovered she had mentioned that a female name that she only knew as Nikki at the time, and said it was his ex that he had 2 kids with. But later on, we ended up finding out that her name was Devyn Michaels, or just a different name with Devyn Michaels.
And ultimately, does one of your other detectives obtain a phone number for Miss Michaels?
That is correct.
Is that 702-677-4430?
That is correct.
And was that Detective Pappas?
Yes.
Did Pappas contact her?
He did.
And did was she asked to come back to the scene?
Yes, she was.
Did she arrive on the scene?
Yes.
With whom?
We believe the kids were with her at the time.
And what was she driving?
A Nissan Armada.
Did you make contact with her down the street?
We did.
Did you and Detective Pappas conduct an interview with her?
We did.
If you could just, the jury's already heard it, but so can you just give us a quick summary of what you learned of any potential value in that first interview?
So with our first interview, we just basically try to get as much, we wanted to make it short, but try to get as much information as we could to follow up on later, given the fact that we were told that she was the last person to have seen him. So when we talked to her, a little suspicion that was raised because she wasn't very detailed on what she did with them that night, given what we were told from Yoko that approximately between 10 and 1 o'clock that Devyn was there with them. So when she first explained what they had done together, it was just school shopping the day prior, and then just kind of went into that they were loading things back and forth from the Pauladura address to her address at 5510 Porcupine Rim, I believe is the address, and that they were basically just loading things and unloading things, and that's kind of what at first she told us at the beginning.
Okay, let me stop you and just ask a couple specifics.
Okay.
Basically, in this first interview, did she claim John was alive and smoking in the garage when she left?
Yes.
Was that inconsistent with what you had learned prior from Yoko?
That's correct.
Describe that.
So what we had learned from Yoko is that when Yoko advised that she had come down at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, and this is already after she had spoken to John and Devyn prior to that, but she only had seen Devyn at that time around 1, and then Yoko advised that Devyn had told her that John was sleeping in the bedroom because he had been drinking already, and that they were planning on going in the next morning to take the kids to school, get them ready, and get them registered. So I think the next day, on the 7th, was actually first day of school that week. And then compared to what Devyn told us is that she had told us that John was awake in the garage at the time when she had left. So those statements were contradictory to each other.
Ultimately, you obtained that warrant from the judge, correct?
Correct.
And did you execute a search warrant along with a whole lot of supporting detectives?
Correct.
During the course of the search warrant, the actual search, did you notice any particular items that were maybe missing from the scene or something you would expect at the scene that wasn't there?
Yes, close to when the search warrant was being completed, we were basically looking for a cell phone of Johnathan's, his wallet, and possibly the keys too, because we were interested in the truck. But that we did not find his truck keys or his wallet with his ID or his cell phone anywhere at the house.
Did you find anything in the scene that could potentially be a murder weapon?
We did not.
Any weapons, or I guess I should say items in the scene that you felt could have been used to decapitate John?
We did not.
You mentioned the blood staining earlier, and I want to just get a couple more details. I believe you already said no blood on the walls or ceiling, correct?
Correct.
Have you been on crime scenes in the past in which there are gunshot injuries?
Yes.
Have you been on sharp force injuries or stabbing cases in the past?
Yes.
Blunt force injury cases?
Correct.
Sometimes single blunt force, sometimes multiple blunt force, correct?
That's correct.
When it comes to multiple blunt forces, would you expect to see some cast off?
That's correct.
Why is that?
From multiple blunt force trauma, when we say cast off, we say that after the first hit, which would cause the bleeding at that point, and then as the continued hits after the fact, the blood would be on whatever object that was striking the body or the head at this point, and it would have had cast off coming off the item, and you would have that somewhere on the walls or somewhere near where the strikes were occurring.
But that's not necessarily the case if you have a single...
For one single blow, no.
Did you find any firearms evidence at the scene?
No.
Based upon your review of the scene, did you determine that a gun was probably unlikely to have been used in the scene?
Yes. So basically, since the fact that there were no bullet impact marks, there were no, like in the wall, there were no bullet impact marks that we saw in the mattress, no blood spatter from a bullet impact going through a body or a head was seen. Also the fact that Yoko and Yoshida didn't report that they heard a gunshot, and there were no phone calls coming from the neighborhood that there was a gunshot. There was no reason to believe that a gun was used in this incident.
As a result of that, are you generally kind of focused, narrowing your focus in on sharp or blunt weapons?
That is correct.
You're not ignoring a gun if you come across it, but your focus, what you're really looking for is sharp or blunt.
At that time, yes.
Did you later learn that it was reported that a knife was missing from the scene?
That is correct.
Based upon the blood patterning as you saw it, can you describe kind of some of your investigative deductions you got from the blood near John?
So when you got closer to the body and where you saw the blood on top of the actual mattress, you saw it there next to his body, and then you kind of saw some off on the side of the bed, and there was a little bit of pool of blood at the bottom on the carpet. Then when you look at it, you can kind of see there's certain voids in the blood. So when we roundtabled it, talked together, it was kind of determined that, hey, there was probably something placed there, because where the blood was actually at, you could see, like I said, some voids. So where maybe a possible container was that possibly collected a lot of the blood, because even though there was a good amount of blood that was there on the scene, not as much as what you would believe, considering the type of injury that you saw with his head severed.
Okay, and try not to ask this in too morbid a way, but if you're assuming, or did you assume the decapitation occurred there in the scene?
That's correct.
If you're assuming that is the case, and the head finally is lopped off, if there's nothing under it, would you expect kind of a splash or a different patterning?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you notice whether there was a doggy door in the room?
Yes.
And what did you notice about that, or what deductions did you come to from that?
We were told that the doggy door was closed, which was unusual. When we were told by Yoko, and then when you saw where the doggy door was at, next to the slider, and you witnessed that it actually was still shut at the time.
Okay. As a result of the observations you made at the scene, did you or other detectives contact the defendant over the phone?
That's correct.
Was that you?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and the same phone number we just mentioned a minute ago?
That's correct.
What was the content of that? Was that a short contact?
After our initial interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Was there something referenced about a Burlington coat factory?
Yeah, so I had contacted Devyn again over the phone because we wanted to talk to her, ask more clarifying questions, and actually talk to Devyn also. So we asked if she was willing to meet. She said yes, and then we were going to head up to her place at 5510 Porcupine. During that conversation, she had mentioned that one of her daughters had actually told her that while they were school shopping at the Burlington Coat Factory, somebody a male had approached the daughter. I can't remember which one it was, but a male had approached the daughter and Johnathan at the Burlington Coat Factory and made the comment, I believe, "I'm coming to get you." So being that it's still early in the investigation, things that we need to investigate everything, as myself and Detective Skinner are driving to the Porcupine Rim address, we had another detective go to the Burlington Coat Factory that she said that they were at and review video surveillance from that place.
And what was learned during the course of that?
So the video surveillance was reviewed. I believe Detective Kondratovich, who then relayed to me that at no time did he see anybody approach John and his daughter, and it looked like there was any kind of confrontation at all with anybody at the store.
Okay, so something that the defendant mentions it, you attempt to verify it, there's no evidence of it, but you note it for your investigation.
Correct.
And then did you start heading toward the 5510 Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you go with?
Detective Skinner.
As you arrived on scene, did you notice any trash cans out front?
Yes.
Throughout
the neighborhood.
Throughout the neighborhood?
Correct.
Okay. In addition to noting it's trash day and there's trash cans throughout the neighborhood, did you notice anything as you approached the actual home?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when we're approaching her house, her vehicle, the Nissan Armada, is parked on the left side of the driveway. And at that time, Devyn was already outside. It looks like she was taking things from her car back to the house. So then we follow her up the driveway, and as walking up the driveway, I see a black cell phone on the ground in a spot that typically you wouldn't see a cell phone just sitting on the floor. So I take note of that, and it looked like it was either dropped or left there. But at this point in time, we know that we're still missing John's cell phone, so the possibility that could be a cell phone. Take note. I let Detective Skinner know that also, and then we continue to follow Devyn inside the house.
And just so we're clear, as you're walking up, I'm not going to pull the photos up, but you said the defendant's vehicle is on the left.
Correct.
Of the driveway, parked nose in, facing the home.
That is correct.
Where is the cell phone in relation to her car?
It would have been close to the garage on the driver's side of the vehicle, and near the rock landscape that's on the outside of the driveway.
The vehicle meaning the Nissan Armada?
The Nissan Armada.
On the
correct.
driver's side?
Correct.
Okay. Why is it that you don't go pick it up right there and you just take note of it and talk to Skinner about it?
Because at that point, we want to be able to talk to Devyn and Devyn, and we want to be able to not have them know that we have that phone at that point, because we're not sure if it is John's phone, and if it is, then obviously our interviews are going to be different when we talk to them. So if it's actually evidence that we're going to need or use, it's going to be something that we want before we can talk to them and get more information from them. We don't want it to basically have them use that information also now to come up with different, a story, I guess, per se, with us.
And as a homicide investigator, you are aware that you can't just go seizing evidence without a warrant, correct?
Correct.
And so even if you wanted to, you couldn't just walk up and seize the cell phone at that time. You would have to get a judge to sign off on an actual search.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you make contact with Devyn?
Yes.
Where was that? Was it out front, inside? Do you remember?
Initially inside the house, and then I conducted an interview with him inside my vehicle.
And did you conduct a recorded interview?
That is correct.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Devyn as you began to talk to him?
When we entered my vehicle, there was a heavy odor of alcohol that I detected, and then he actually apologized in the interview at the beginning, saying that he had actually been drinking since he had gotten home, and said he was sorry that he was basically possibly intoxicated.
Did he say why he started drinking when he got home?
Basically because of the news that he found out about his dad being deceased.
And you've spoken to dead people's next of kin and families many times in your career.
That is correct.
Was that out of the world of reasonableness for you, or what?
No, obviously I told him that, hey, I understand what you're saying, or why you've been drinking. It's people mourn in different ways, and that is one way that people mourn is they tend to drink sometimes too.
Nonetheless, even though he's been drinking, you still want to talk to him and ask him some questions, correct?
That is correct.
And you did that?
Yes.
Again, the jury has gone through a lot of evidence before you testified, so I'm going to just hit a couple of points and you correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Generally, did Devyn say he had been home all day the day before?
That is correct.
Did he actually initially say, I was working, and kind of correct himself and be like, wait, is yesterday Sunday, that kind of thing?
That is correct.
Okay. So he corrected himself.
Yes.
And then he says he was home the day before, meaning August 6th.
That is correct.
Okay. And did he indicate that he was home the night before watching the girls?
Yes.
Did he, in your opinion, minimize the sexual relationship with the defendant?
He did.
And just generally, I'm not going to hold you to precise numbers, but was Devyn a bit younger than the defendant?
He was.
There was a question asked with a prior witness. It might be out of left field with you, but I want to ask you. There was kind of a suggestion made that Devyn in this interview had mentioned that cell phone in the driveway. Is that accurate?
No.
Did he say anything about the cell phone?
No. As I kind of stated previously, we didn't want to bring up the cell phone, and the fact that we had found it or seen it, just because we wanted to get information from him without kind of any evidence that he would know about at that time.
Okay, so any suggestion made earlier, unintentionally probably, that Devyn brought up that cell phone in the driveway, that did not happen?
No.
Okay.
Not in that interview.
Devyn home during the time frame, indicate that he worked the next morning and learned of his dad's death via phone calls from family and stuff?
That is correct.
I'm not going to go into too much detail on the phones because we have other witnesses to do that, but ultimately you did get his CDRs, correct?
Correct.
Did those CDRs confirm or refute his claim that he was home last night?
They confirmed his statement.
With the video canvassing, that was done at Porcupine Rim and Paladora, correct?
Correct.
Was there any video in the area of Porcupine Rim that depicted Devyn's vehicle or vehicles moving away from the scene?
No.
And while you were talking to Devyn, did Detective Skinner talk to the two young girls?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Ms. Michaels, prior to executing the search warrant on Porcupine Rim?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, does something beep and draw your attention?
Yeah. During that second interview with Devyn, there was a Republic Services trash truck that had driven by and honked its horn and picking up the trash through the neighborhood.
Okay. At some point during that second interview, did the girls approach the vehicle?
That is correct.
Describe that.
It was close towards the end of the interview, and one of the daughters came up, and she was holding a black cell phone in her hand. When we rolled down the window, they basically were saying, hey, Mommy, this is Daddy's cell phone. This is the reason why you can't get a hold of him. So then she hands the phone to Devyn, who then we take the phone from her Then it's given to Detective Skinner. And then basically Devyn confirms that that cell phone does belong to Johnathan at that point.
Did you note anything particular about the cell phone itself?
Yeah, and then we discover that on the cell phone, the screen is cracked, and then there's apparent blood on the screen at that time.
After this, do you end up getting that search warrant through a judge for the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes,
And did that include the Porcupine Rim address itself as well as the cars?
that is correct.
All the vehicles?
All vehicles on scene.
Did that include a work van?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we had missed these earlier, so I believe there's a stipulation to 653 to 658 as well as 659.
Okay, so 653 to 659?
Yes.
Okay, 653 to 659, are we admitted?
Did you yourself conduct a search warrant on the work truck?
I did not myself.
Just going to show you, though, these are part of your investigative file, correct? 653,
Correct.
654, correct?
Correct.
655,
Yes.
656,
Yes.
657,
Yes.
658.
Yes.
And do you remember who searched that vehicle?
I believe it was Detective Lionel and Detective Christopher.
And then there was also a crime scene analyst documenting stuff, correct?
That is correct.
Were there any bloody weapons, tools, or anything of that nature found within that vehicle?
No.
Was the small sedan also searched?
That is correct.
Was there anything of note or evidentiary value associated with that?
There was not.
Did you note how the van was parked in relation to the car? Not the Nissan Armada yet, but the small sedan.
The work van that Devyn said that he was the one using, yeah, it was parked partially in front of the Honda Civic. And we just kind of took note of that. It's
Sorry, y'all.
strange 'cause
I'm
there was
here.
a lot more room.
I'm here. I got caught up. I've been listening and I was making gravy for my pork. And I was so scared I was going to burn myself and I was taking it really slow. But I'm here. I'm listening. And I really don't like to interrupt these important witnesses, because he's got a lot of good things to say. And sometimes they don't say anything at all. You just got to watch them, All right, here we go.
On the street to be able to park to where there wouldn't be any reason why you would block the vehicle.
Was the Nissan Armada searched on scene or no?
Not on scene, no.
Was it sealed on scene?
Correct.
States 250, is that the Nissan?
It is.
And 248, is that a different angle of the Nissan?
That's correct.
So earlier you were describing where that cell phone with blood and cracked screen was found. Is it over here to the left in this photo?
That would be correct.
Further off?
Close to the rock landscape off there.
Got it. Did you observe anything about the Nissan itself?
When you first looked at the Nissan, it looked freshly cleaned on the outside, like it had been ran through one of the car washes that you just drive through, because it was clean, but yet you could still see like the water stain marks on it still.
251, this is a better photo that actually shows the rock. So it was over, was it this way more toward the driver's door or?
Sorry.
Don't click or the judge will yell at you.
Okay.
You can toggle over, but don't click.
So it would have been somewhere around this area right here.
Okay. And for the record, you're just pointing to the small gap of rocks we can see in 251.
That is correct. Yes.
That Nissan Armada was searched later at the lab, correct?
Correct.
Anything of evidentiary value that was found within the vehicle?
No.
Did you obtain a search warrant for the Nissan Armada's infotainment center?
We did.
And did you execute that warrant and one of your detectives pull the infotainment system with data out of it?
That is correct.
Ultimately, did you review that pretty thoroughly?
Yes.
That data associated with that?
Correct.
Was there anything of note related to that as well as the victim's phone?
In reference to the actual information taken from the vehicle, we got location data from there. So it showed from when it left Porcupine Rim and then went back to Paula Dura, and then we had it leaving Paula Dura middle of the night around 2:04, I believe, and then heading back to Porcupine Rim. And then with our, are you saying about our victim's cell phone?
Yes.
Later on, we were able to figure out that his cell phone had left the same time as the vehicle, which for us would say that Devyn was in possession of his cell phone at the time when it went back to the Porcupine Rim address.
Did you also, in addition to all the vehicles, search the home at Porcupine Rim?
Correct.
I want to show you 659. Can't remember if we had marked this earlier, so I just added it. Do you see some samurai swords here?
That is correct.
Anything of note about those?
There was no blood that we saw on there, and they look like movie prop replica souvenir type samurai swords.
Okay. So nothing of no blood on the blades at all, correct?
I don't remember specifically on the blades, but I just know that when I was told there was no blood found on
them.
On them.
Okay. Garage. Do you go into the garage at some point?
Yes.
Do you? Does somebody find some Ring cameras?
Yes.
And do you remember where those were found?
I believe they were in a bag on top of one of the trash cans.
Did you inspect those for an SD card or like an internal storage device?
That is correct.
Did you find one?
We did not.
Did you obtain a search warrant for the footage from Ring associated with those cameras?
We did.
And what did you do with that?
After we submitted the search warrant to Ring to get any video from that actual system, waited for the records, and then we were advised from Ring, which I believe is Amazon actually, because they're owned by Amazon, advising that there was no actual video recordings available.
Did they have any information to give you?
I believe it was just a subscriber info, which I can't remember if it came back to Johnathan or to the actual house.
Okay, but subscriber info is just paper.
Correct.
Saying who has the account.
Exactly. Who was in charge of the account.
There was.
Yeah, our camera, unless you pay for the recordings, you will not get recordings. You will get strictly that time. And if you're not looking at the camera at that right time, you'll miss it. So that's what sucks about those cameras. That's why I unplugged that goddamn thing. I don't like it. Actually, I got it because I was spying on Son. Shh, don't tell him that because he'd be very mad. Okay, here we go. I'm naughty.
No video footage with those cameras?
No.
According to Ring, or Amazon, I guess.
Correct.
At some point during the execution of the warrant, did somebody find the victim's wallet and keys wrapped in plastic baggies in a female underwear drawer?
That is correct.
You took note of that as well?
We did.
Was there ever a white female tank top found during the execution of the warrant?
There was not.
Any black and white Nikes with a large white swoosh along the side?
We did not.
Why were the keys important if they were?
The keys that were found inside the bag that was tucked away, hidden in the drawer, were important due to the fact that they were the truck keys to Jonathan's vehicle. So
Did you learn something after the arrest of the defendant related to those keys?
that basically those were the only set of truck keys that we had for the Jonathan's truck.
So did you then go in and release that item of evidence to Yoko so that she could do what she wanted to do with the truck?
That is correct. She had reached out to me asking for the keys because there wasn't another set of keys for her to use.
And I should ask you, during the execution of the warrant back at Paladura, was there ever a set of spare Chevy truck keys found anywhere in that search warrant?
There was not.
During the course of the Porcupine Rim search warrant, did somebody locate a Social Security card?
Yes.
Was that of any relevance to you?
Not really any relevance. She had told us that Jonathan had given it to her, and it was found in her purse, which she did say that she had in her purse.
Okay. Is it a fair deduction that if someone wanted to make changes to custody or school paperwork, they may need the
Yes.
The
They would
Social
need Social
Security
Security card, probably the ID, and any other kind of identifying information for that person.
Did you locate guns inside the home?
We did.
I believe you previously testified that the scene didn't appear consistent with gunshot, but do you take note, document all those guns, et cetera?
Correct. Pictures are taken and documented of the weapons that we found, but like we said earlier, there was no evidence at that point to say that a gun was used, so they were just noted and documented.
And ultimately, at this particular scene, are there 11 electronic devices that are taken and later analyzed by digital forensics?
That is correct.
One being the victim's phone that was in the driveway.
Yes.
Was one of them Devier's device?
Correct.
Another one, the defendant's device?
Correct.
And then any other electronic devices you or anybody else found during the search warrant?
That is correct.
After the search warrant is conducted, or while it's still going on, do you conduct what'll be the third interview with the defendant?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, were you receiving information from your fellow detectives that were still inside?
That's correct.
One of those things being they found the wallet, the ID, the keys, and that?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant during this third interview about whether John's wallet would be at her house?
I did.
What did she say?
I had asked her, I think I actually had asked her if she knew where John's wallet was at, and she had told me no.
Okay. Did you then go a little bit further and ask her about, or I guess confront her with the fact that you had found it in the house?
We did.
And what did she say about that?
Then she had mentioned that she had multiple wallets of his with other IDs in it when we confronted her about also the ID. And then we had also talked to her, basically confronting her about that. Well, it's the most current ID. Why would you have that? And she really didn't have an answer for us for that.
I'm going to ask you a very important but specific question. Who is it in this interview that talks about the wallet being wrapped in plastic bags?
She was, Devyn.
So she volunteered that info?
That is correct.
You did not tell her the wallet was found wrapped in plastic bags?
We did not.
Did you ask her, or you or Skinner ask her about the timing of when this would have allegedly been tied in the plastic bags?
We did.
And what was the response, or what did you take from that?
All right. I have to stop for fair use. And I've been doing really bad today. But his DNA, Jonathan's DNA was found on the nut to that plastic bag. And it's not unusual for people to keep stuff in plastic bags. I know 2 people that live across the street from me that keep their passports, I-94s, all that stuff in plastic bags. Just convenient.
What she had told us, and didn't, with the keys for the truck being in the plastic bag, her time frame wasn't making sense. just due to the fact that she had told us that when Johnathan had given her the bag and then had dumped stuff in there with the wallet and the keys, it was between the time frame of 8 and 9 o'clock. And then they had still driven from Paldura back to the Porcupine Rim house. And so at that point, she said, when we went back to that house, that's when I had put the plastic bag in my drawer, and then we drove back to Paldura, which we know now also that couldn't have been possible since it was his truck keys that were actually in there. So that couldn't have been the time frame that he had given her all that stuff.
Did you attend John's autopsy?
I did.
Did you notice the obvious very large neck injury?
Yes, I did.
Other than that, were there any bleeding injuries on John's body at all?
There was not.
I want to go back to video surveillance for a moment. It's fair to say that dozens and dozens of homes and businesses were canvassed for surveillance.
What kind of a question was that? Did you notice the huge neck injury? Oh, come on. How gross. Dude, why would you ask that? We all know.
That is correct.
And there are lots of hours of footage and data to comb through.
Yes.
You, I would presume, can't do that all yourself, correct?
That is correct.
And so we've previously had a detective testify about a lot of that, but I just want to hit a couple of points with you, okay?
Okay.
You are generally familiar with the surveillance?
Generally, yes.
Generally. So was there footage taken from a Terrible's near the Paladura address?
Yes, there was.
Did that footage show the defendant and John alone leaving the store around 10:11 p.m.?
It did.
Was there a bunch of footage taken from the Paladura neighborhood itself?
There was.
Was there footage from 2699 Fan Palm?
Yes, there was.
And do you remember if that one was a fixed camera?
I believe, yeah, it was a fixed camera that recorded, constant recorded.
Was that, did that show the victim's truck arriving in the neighborhood about 10:12 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
And that would have been consistent with the distance from the Chevron?
It would be.
So if they leave Chevron at 10:11, it's real close by.
Correct. The Chevron was located just around the corner from their house.
2696 Paladura, was there footage from that?
Yes.
And was that, if you're facing the homicide scene, is that the home to the right?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. Was there a clip of that that you observed that showed the headlights arriving?
Yeah, because I haven't said it for like a really long time. Don't forget to like, share, and comment. I know I have to break in more often or I'm gonna get in trouble. But I don't know what this guy's telling us that the jury don't already know. You know, it's like just they keep repeating themselves over and over and over. Like in the last trial, it was like constant. I've been noticing that the last few trials that I've watched, it's like constant telling the story over and over and over. But they just can't tell us how or why. The person sitting there in the courtroom might be able to tell us how and why, but she ain't going to. She don't want to. She already gonna do life. She might as well just give it up.
Consistently around that time, the Chevron video ends and all of that.
That's correct.
And that showed two shadows getting out what appeared to be the truck.
That would be correct, yes.
Around 11 a.m. 11 p.m. was there footage from that camera showing a figure put something in the Nissan, turn it on, and then move it forward a little bit?
Correct.
And then based on where you know that the truck was the next morning, did it appear that the Nissan moved nose to nose with that truck?
It would have, yes.
And fair to say that once it goes off screen, you can't actually see it?
No.
Obviously. That same camera, was there an activation at 2:04 a.m.?
Yes.
And does that depict generally the Nissan backing up and leaving?
That is correct.
Video from Porcupine Rim. So we're moving now to Porcupine Rim. Was there a couple of videos that showed Devier's work van parked behind the sedan?
Yes.
And did it appear that work van stayed in the same spot from night to morning?
That is correct.
Was there video taken from 6505 Taylor Creek?
Yes.
And was that a motion activated camera?
That was.
Did it appear to you that the motion settings or the sensitivity was kind of weak on that one?
Yeah, and I believe I was told that it only activated when there's some kind of movement around the front of the house.
The house itself that it's on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. 6621 Gray Jupiter, was there a fixed camera on that?
Correct.
And was that one continuous recording and not motion activated?
It was.
And is that positioned essentially at the only vehicle entrance and exit to the neighborhood?
That is correct.
And does that show the victim's truck leaving at 9:29 p.m. on the 6th?
Approximately, yes.
Does it also show the defendant's Nissan Armada entering the neighborhood at 2:39 a.m.?
That is correct.
Does it also show Devier's work van leaving at 7:31 a.m. for the first time?
It does.
There's a road that's behind the Porcupine Rim address. Is that Rebecca?
I believe so.
Was there any video surveillance at the Rebecca Road? Did you canvass that?
I did.
Was there any video surveillance on Rebecca Road?
No.
There was also a CVS that was mentioned.
That's correct. Devyn had told us that when she left the Polydor address, she had driven home, but prior to getting home, she went to pick up her, I think, child's prescription at the CVS, and then she gave us the specific place that the specific address to the CVS.
And you follow up on that?
I did.
And was there video showing the defendant in the drive-through prescription line at 2:28 a.m.?
Correct.
Was there anyone else seen inside the vehicle other than the defendant?
We did not see anybody else in the vehicle.
Okay. At some point in time, you and your fellow detectives make the decision to arrest the defendant, correct?
Correct.
After her arrest, is there another interview conducted by detectives Christopher and Linau?
That is correct.
Okay. You did not witness that, so you can't speak to that, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Did you receive from them, without saying what it is, but did you receive from them after the interview like a one-page handwritten drawing?
Correct.
After that, do you conduct a whole bunch of follow-up investigation and start receiving information and analyzing it?
That is correct.
I want to talk about the Burla real quick, Burla being the Nissan Armada's infotainment.
Yes.
Did that particular item of evidence show pinpoint GPS tracking?
It did.
And did that suggest that the defendant's Nissan Armada left the scene at Paladura at 2:04 a.m.?
It did.
Did you also do a whole bunch of follow-up with call detail records?
We did.
And I believe you mentioned this previously, you obtained the CDRs for Andrea Reyes.
Yes.
Did those rule her out?
They did.
And those showed her up in a remote area far away from the scene?
Yeah, I believe in Oregon.
Did you obtain call detail records for the victim's phone?
We did.
And would that be phone number 702-561-9242?
Correct.
Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Those call detail records for Johnathan's phone, did they suggest that his phone kind of went inactive after around 11 p.m. on the 6th?
That is correct.
And then they show that that phone pops up at Porcupine Rim the next morning.
It did.
Did you also obtain Google data separate from the CDRs for Johnathan's device?
That's correct.
And is that what you mentioned earlier, that at 2:04 a.m. it showed traveling the same track as the defendant?
That is correct.
Did you obtain CDRs or call detail records for the defendant's main device?
Yes.
Would that be 702-677-4430?
Yes.
And you yourself talked to her on that number, correct?
That is correct.
And was the CDRs on that consistent with what we've talked about with the Burla and the Google data.
Correct. They all matched up together.
Did you also obtain CDRs for Devier's device?
We did.
And was that 707-628-1336?
Yes.
There's a subscriber sheet that comes with that?
There is.
And there was a man, I believe it was Joseph Sands, listed as a subscriber?
He was.
Did you do any research into Joseph Sands and the address on the subscriber sheet?
Yeah, we discovered with that same address in, it was Vacaville, California, also living there was a female named Arminthia Sands, which is what Devier told us that that's his mom.
Okay, so the male name is Joseph Sands, but you do some research into that to determine if there's a Sands relation?
Yeah.
Did the location data in Devier's phone suggest that he was home all night at the Porcupine Rim residence and doesn't leave until he goes to work the next day?
That's correct.
Did you cause various items of evidence to be submitted to the forensic lab for further testing?
We did.
I want to talk to you about fingerprints real quick. Did anything of note come back on fingerprints for either the defendant or Devier at the Paladura residence?
No.
Did a couple of things come back for the victim at his own home and Yoko at her own?
Correct, which we would expect.
Okay. With regard to DNA, did you obtain or were you able to obtain a search warrant for the defendant's buccal swab after her arrest?
That is correct.
And you can't just go swabbing people, you have to get a warrant for that, correct?
Correct.
Did you obtain a buccal swab search warrant for Devier?
We did not.
Why not?
At that point, he had been ruled out as a suspect, and we didn't. There was no probable cause for us to actually get his DNA.
And we're going to have an expert talk about DNA results, but very basically, did you learn that the DNA on the knot of the plastic bags came back to the defendant?
Correct.
And then the DNA on the driveway blood at Paladura and the blood on the victim's phone at Porcupine Rim come back to the victim?
That is correct.
Detective, I'm almost done with you. Just one little last line of questioning here. During the course of your investigation, you're receiving information consistently for an extended period of time, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, your job is to try to put it all together and see where it all fits, correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to establish a timeline based upon all the evidence for the homicide?
We were.
And fair to say that a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, they're a little wishy-washy when it comes to timing death, correct?
You could say that, yes.
Okay. What did you conclude the time of death was for John?
So given all the evidence that we collected, phone data, and then the blood, the DNA, the stuff that came back to our victim, Johnathan, we kind of deduced that we know that he was last seen at the house at Paladura about 10:12 from Yoko and from Devyn telling us that, hey, yeah, Yoko saw him alive at about that time frame, 10 o'clock. And then we know that the last person to see him was Devyn, and then she left the house around 2 o'clock. And given the fact that we had the phone that had his blood on it, leaving the house at about 2:04, we know that definitely 2:04 was the end time. So between 10, I think it was like 10:12 when they arrived there, to 2:04 when she leaves, that would have been our time frame that we know the homicide would have occurred, given the fact that he didn't have any cuts on him. There was no other blood that would have been coming from Johnathan, except from when he was killed and then when his head was cut off. So that's how we can say that, yeah, the homicide would have occurred between that time frame.
Pass the witness, thank you.
Your approach.
Sidebars. I've noticed they haven't had many sidebars in this trial. Yeah, I made pork roast today, gravy with carrots, onions, celery, and sweet potato, and rice for son. Really good. So what do y'all think? You think she's gonna get it for the rest of her life, or do you think maybe she could be innocent? I mean, she already admitted because she was gonna plead guilty to second degree. But she didn't, she said she did not do that to his head. So I wonder who the next, I wonder if this is their last witness. Being as they waited to do the proffer for this guy. So her hair is looking a little better. I think maybe it was wet. Does her arm hurt?
Take a brief recess for further cross-examination of this witness. All right, during this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow citizens, in any way regarding this case or its claimants, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or response to it. This gentleman, 235, will be in recess until 2:50.
All rise for the jury.
A break already. They're driving me crazy with these breaks. So now I got to figure out what to talk about for 10 more minutes. My food is really good. The roast, I cooked it on like 225 all day. It is so moist and tender. Oh, God, 10 minutes. So, are they going to take another 10-minute break means they took a lunch first or what? I'm confused with these people. They drive me bonkers, man. Well, is there anything happening in the YouTube world? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was supposed to be looking here. I'm messaging my landlord about how good my supper was. Well, they did their final vote for the um yeah. Well, looks like the shutdown will be over tonight. Thankfully. Oh, they got nothing going on. Besides that, they really think we're gonna get that $2,000 thing that Trump is talking about. I don't think so. What do you guys think? Do you think he'll give it to us? Nobody's talking to me. Kathy, are you in here, buddy? Or did you leave me for a long crime too? Oh well. I'll watch it by myself. I'll turn it on, relax, chill out. it. I could sing. Oh no, wait, I'll get struck. I wonder if I'll get struck if it's my own song. That food was really good. I put I put on the bottom chicken bouillon, and then I put some water. Oh yeah, I better try. I used cherry wine vinegar, because vinegar makes meat really tender. And just a bunch of seasoning, and I poked holes in it, and I shoved some onions and some celery inside the holes. Doesn't that sound terrible? Sounds like a Devyn Michaels case. Shoving stuff in the holes. I'm not meaning in a bad way, in a actual way. And I made sweet potatoes on the side. Or did I already tell you all this? I really need to find things. I'm going to start writing down things that I could talk about crime-wise, while they have breaks and stuff, because I got to figure out what to do, because this is really boring, because I can only talk so much. I only know so much to talk about. I mean, what I want to talk about, you guys don't want to hear. I'm going to put my tree up this weekend. Oh, here we go. Thank God. She talks so fast, this judge. My God. I wonder if she was an auctioneer at one time. But
seated. Do I have the jury all present and accounted for?
We are back on the record and C, 37723, United States of A versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, Deputy Attorney on behalf of the state. Is this part of the presence of our jury?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Detective, I just remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Nelson, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were the lead detective in reference to the investigation concerning this matter.
Yes.
And while you worked with the group, I mean, you made the primary decisions, you made the primary calls, fair to say?
Sure. Fair to say, yes.
Fair to say. I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but fair to say that, I mean, you were the lead agent in this case.
Yeah. Collectively, though, we, as a unit, we do discuss the case entirely. And when decisions are made, you know, we do collectively make decisions together.
Approximately how many detectives were involved in the investigation of this case?
As far as the crimes against persons unit, or you're talking like the entire?
Overall.
I couldn't tell you the exact number of detectives that helped out with the case.
How many patrol officers were involved in the investigation of this case?
To the exact number, I couldn't tell you the exact number. No.
How many crime scene analysts were involved in the investigation of this case?
I mean, I can count them off for you if you wanted me to, off of memory, as far as like who assisted during each scene. But off the top of my head, I can't tell you how many exactly.
Okay. If I were to tell you, we've heard from two crime scene analysts, specifically a crime scene analyst Wilson and a crime scene analyst Miriam. Would that sum up the number of crime scene analysts that were involved in this case?
No.
How many were there then, just on memory?
So we had 3 crime scene that came out to the scene, Paladura, that helped collect evidence there. Then we had 1 that came out to Porcupine Rim. So that would be 4. And then autopsy, which would have been one of the same CSAs that were out originally. So 4, I think, CSAs that collectively came and collected everything.
Okay. You had testified that there were 11 electronic devices that were seized and examined as part of this this investigation?
That's correct.
And what specific devices were those?
I'd have to review the reports as far as each specific device. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay. You had gave testimony concerning a phone believed to be possessed and used by Johnathan, correct?
Correct.
And what was the phone number that was associated with that phone?
I couldn't tell you the exact number off the top of my head right now.
Okay. It was the phone number that you had alluded to during your direct just a few moments ago, correct?
Okay.
Fair to say?
Sure. Yes.
Are you aware that John used a second phone?
Not at the moment, no.
Are you aware of any analysis or call records that were reviewed in reference to phone number 725-279-1715?
Not at the moment, no.
You had given testimony concerning various items that you found both in the Porcupine Rim residence as well as the Paladura residence, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to reference the swords in question, correct?
Correct.
Do you have that, Counsel? The swords? And we don't take issue with the photograph, but I have some questions concerning that. Thank you very much. In order to just not keep adding exhibits, we're going to use the state's exhibit. It's Exhibit 659. These were swords that you gave a testimony concerning that were found in the Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Correct.
You had testified that there was no blood on the blades, but all we have is this photograph of the swords, correct?
I believe I said that I wasn't positive as far as being blood on the blades, but as far as when we examined them, which I didn't examine myself, but was told that there was no blood or any type of evidence on them that we believe was evidentiary value, and that they looked like prop collector stuff items.
These weren't seized as part of this investigation, correct?
They were not.
They were not preserved or kept, impounded into evidence, correct?
They were not.
So basically we have this photograph of these three swords, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony is that, well, I think you said, I don't think there was blood on them, correct?
No, I believe that I was told that there was no blood on the actual swords.
And who would have told you that?
The detectives that were conducting the search warrant at the time.
Detective Lippisch, we heard from him earlier today, would have been Detective Lippisch?
I'd have to go back and see who was at the house on the first search warrant at Porcupine Rim.
Fair to say we don't have any photographs wherein the blades are shown or preserved for a later hearing, like the trial.
That's correct.
No swabs were taken of either the blades or the handles, correct?
Correct.
No analysis, forensic analysis was done of these blades, correct?
Correct.
No fingerprint analysis was done on these swords, correct?
Correct.
Including the blades.
Correct.
And we're dealing with a decapitation case, correct?
That is correct.
Fair to say that samurai swords would kind of fall in that realm of importance when it comes to a decapitation case?
Depending if they were real samurai swords.
Well, and you're saying that you're not, but what do we have to show that they aren't?
If we have the photographs, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we have these photographs. We don't have a photograph of the blades, do we?
But correct.
We don't have any analysis concerning the steel of which the blades presumably were made, correct?
Correct.
We just have this photographs of the swords, correct?
Correct.
There was a photograph shown, I believe it was the second day of trial, concerning the bathroom area.
Yo, why did I think that was my phone going off? I was like, crap. I'm sorry the judge didn't get mad that a phone was going off. Oh, I remember that one judge. They said, if that phone goes off one more time, you and the phone are out of here. I think that's funny. So I'm going to say again, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Please like the video. If you don't like it, give it a thumbs down. At this point, it don't really matter. I mean, it's still interaction with the video. And it kind of lets YouTube know where to put it, if it should be sent out for people to watch. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours. The only thing I can say is I don't know why they don't have the swords as evidence. I mean, that's what he's trying to get at. Why wouldn't you take pictures of the blade? Why wouldn't you bring the swords? I had a samurai sword once. Man, that thing was sharp. Yeah, it was really sharp. I got it offline. It was supposed to be a dragon head katana, but it wasn't, because those are made out of ivory. And I can't afford ivory, so. But I had a sword collection at one time. I was really into that stuff. I liked that show where my name is Cloud, of the Clan McCloud. And they sing that song by Kiss. I am here. The blood of kings, yeah. I have no rivals. No one can be my equal. What is that movie? What's that show called? I can't remember right off the top of my head. But I used to watch it all the time. Where you'd go around, people's heads for their power. Yeah, okay.
Of the Paladura house, the downstairs bathroom. Do you recall? Do you know? Have you reviewed it?
I've seen the crime scene photos, yes.
Was there any analysis done inside that shower?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I would say that there probably would have been. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head right now if there was analysis done.
No swabbing the interior of that shower, presumed to test blood, nothing?
That you would have to ask the CSAs that were conducting the processing of that house.
No DNA swabs submitted for further analysis of the contents of that shower?
Like I said, I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was or if. No, we didn't submit any swabs from the shower. I can tell you that.
Okay, next witness, please.
You had testified that no guns were impounded through the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And that was because I believe your testimony was that nobody had said anything about hearing a gunshot, correct?
That was part of it. It was also given the fact that we didn't have any bullet impact marks inside the house. There wasn't any blood spatter that you would believe to see from a bullet going through somebody anywhere inside the house. And then the fact that nobody had actually heard a gunshot or was reported a gunshot. So that was all part of it, correct?
You had testified that when you came across the body, you had noticed that there was not that much blood found, correct? Given the circumstances.
Given the circumstances, I thought that there'd be a little bit more blood there.
So this crime scene, you'd agree, was something that was out of the ordinary?
Unique.
It was unique.
Well,
I mean, assuming the head had been severed by a mechanical powered saw, we would expect there to be cast off from this saw, would we not?
I guess it depends on what type of saw was used.
And you're aware of the analysis done by Dr. Burns, wherein she opined her conclusion is that a mechanical powered saw was used.
Correct.
In addition to a knife or perhaps a sword, correct?
I don't believe she said a knife, no.
But nonetheless, you didn't find anything indicative of a mechanical powered saw upon your review of the crime scene where the headless body was, correct?
Correct.
But we know, at least based upon the anthropologist's expert opinion, that a mechanical powered saw was used, correct?
Correct.
In reference to a gunshot, again, you're just presuming a gunshot didn't occur, a gun wasn't used to kill this gentleman, correct?
Given all the evidence that we saw at the scene, we hadn't had anything to say that there was a gun used in this incident.
But there's really nothing to show other than what the anthropologist found, that a mechanical powered saw was used, correct? I mean, we have an anthropologist that said a mechanical powered saw was used, correct?
To sever the head.
Yes.
Correct.
And there was no evidence found concerning that mechanical powered saw, correct?
Correct.
You have a person that's dead, cause of death unknown, no guns are impounded or tested, correct?
Correct.
No gunshot residue tests are done concerning the decedent's body, correct?
Correct.
No gunshot residue tests are performed upon Devyn Willette's hands, correct?
Correct.
No gunshot residue tests are performed upon Devyn Michaels' hands, correct?
Correct. As stated previously, there wasn't any evidence to say that a gun was actually used. And to your point, as far as not doing GSR on our victim, there was chemicals poured on his body. So at that time too, even if there was believed a gun to be used, we wouldn't have been able to do that with him, given the fact that there was believed chemicals to be poured on him.
But his hands were bagged, correct?
After the fact.
Yes. And presumably the decedent's hands were bagged for further testing, correct?
Or under his nails.
In fact, we know that the hands were swabbed for DNA, correct?
Correct.
But the hands were not swabbed for any gunshot residue tests, correct?
Due to the fact that there was no evidence to say that a gun was used during the incident.
Well, and we discussed the saw, no evidence of that, but we learned
Correct.
what that was. But nonetheless, my point being, there was no gunshot residue test performed upon anybody's hands, including the decedent's, correct?
Correct.
He's right.
You were present during the collection of evidence at the Paladura residence, correct?
I was present during the search warrant, but as far as being completed, myself and Detective Skinner had already left the residence to speak with Devyn and Devyn.
There had been questions asked days ago concerning rings. Are you aware of that? Were you ever looking for any rings, evidence of rings, like wedding bands, at the Paladura residence?
I was not.
And you were the lead detective, correct?
Correct.
You've obviously reviewed the crime scene photos taken at the Paladura residence, correct?
Correct.
There are no photographs concerning the contents exposed of those garbage cans, are there?
Correct.
Specifically, exhibit number 68. It's a trash can downstairs. We have no photographs of what the contents of that trash can were, correct?
Correct.
Somebody didn't do their job.
In reference to electronic devices, I'm going to show you what's been marked in by the state, state's exhibits 284 and 287. This is 284. This is the Porcupine residence. And I'm going to ask him some questions concerning electronic devices. We have an Xbox here, don't we?
That's correct.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 287. That's an Xbox here, correct?
I believe so. I couldn't tell you just looking at that picture right there.
You agree in the course of the investigation, reviewing text message and otherwise, Devyn Willette was a gamer, wasn't he?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. You're not aware of texts, he's gaming, complaints from Devyn concerning him playing all the time? Not aware of that?
I'd have to review the text messages.
That's an electronic device, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that gamers are able to communicate with one another through a game platform, like an Xbox.
Yeah.
Correct.
That Xbox was not seized or analyzed for potential evidence, was it?
It was not.
So you'll agree with me that all of the electronic devices were in fact not seized or analyzed through the course of this investigation?
From your definition of electronic devices with the Xbox, yes. Not all of them were collected.
That one in particular, in the room that Devyn and Devyn shared, that was not collected, correct?
I couldn't tell you if they shared it or not, but that one was not collected, no.
You were asked concerning tennis shoes, shirt, shorts that presumably Devyn Michaels was wearing the night of August 6th, correct?
Correct.
This search warrant at the home was executed on August 7th, 6 p.m., give or take?
Approximately.
She had given an interview at 7:55 p.m. wherein she had discussed being in the terrible hearse with Johnathan, correct?
Correct.
The video that we saw from a prior witness, that was collected by Detective, I believe, August 11th. Does that conform with your recollection?
I don't know the exact date it was collected, but it would have been after the search warrant.
After the search warrant. So when we heard testimony from crime scene landless Miriam concerning, well, shoes weren't recovered, shorts weren't recovered, this search was going on when shoes were not being looked for, correct? The search occurred prior to your learning about the video and what Devyn was wearing, correct?
Correct. or we had video from the Burlington Coat Factory, and I believe pictures that were being sent from the other detective that reviewed that video. And so all we had at that point, I think, was the dress that we had actually seized from the residents at that time.
Let me ask you about that. Since we're on that point, do we have copies of this Burlington video that's been referenced to?
We do not.
You didn't preserve that, did you?
We did not.
So we've heard testimony concerning, oh, we're basically discrediting a story where someone comes up to the daughter, but we don't have the benefit of that video to review, do we?
No.
There are a couple of photos that were taken in reference to the Porcupine Rim search. I'm going to show you what's 265A. I'm sorry, it's just 265. We do see a couple of tennis shoes here, don't we? Black with white soles.
Yes.
Those were not collected through the course of this search warrant execution, were they?
They were not.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibits, exhibit 291A. Presumably this is a closet in the Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Correct.
We have tennis shoes up here, don't we?
That is correct.
But those weren't collected or put into evidence, correct?
They were not.
We had heard testimony from Dr. Burns in reference to a bone chip missing when the head was severed at the Paladura residence. Was a bone chip ever recovered at the crime scene?
No.
Was a bone chip ever looked for in the crime scene?
No.
Were the blankets surrounding the body booked into evidence?
That I could not tell you at the top of my head.
If I told you that there's been testimony that there wasn't, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
If you told me, say that again?
That they weren't?
That they weren't taken?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, wouldn't have any reason to disagree with you.
The blanket on top, the surrounding, I mean, the mattress, none of that was taken and impounded into evidence, correct?
Correct.
There was testimony from the last witness elicited concerning footprints in the backyard of the Paladura residence. We had marked and admitted, and the court will have them, exhibits of footprints. You were aware of these footprints in the backyard?
Correct.
They were measured?
Correct.
Any further analysis done on the footprints in the backyard where this dead body's found?
As in what type of analysis?
Size comparisons.
To?
Male, female, shoe size.
I do not believe so.
They were documented, but they weren't followed up on, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of what size Devyn Willette his feet are?
I could not tell you at the top of my head, no.
Were any of his shoes seized?
No.
Fair to say that those photographs appeared fairly recent, like fairly recent footprints, based upon the review of the photographs?
I could not tell you if they were recent or not.
Okay. But they were fresh. I mean, they were there. They were in sand, correct? Presumably the elements wouldn't have changed them or flattened them, and we have seen pictures of those photographs, or we've seen, you know, those have been admitted as exhibits. No follow-up investigation in reference to that, correct?
Well, we didn't have any evidence to say that somebody had come through the back towards the end of the investigation. So as far as any comparisons done, like you're saying, yeah, no, there were no comparisons done after the fact.
How about the directionality? Were those footprints leaving the residence or entering the residence?
I don't think you could tell whether or not.
But it's your testimony nonetheless that because Devier's phone was at the house, he was basically eliminated as a suspect, correct?
On top of his statement, Devyn's statement, the sailor phone, correct. His vehicle never left the neighborhood. Both vehicles never left the neighborhood. We deduced, yeah, that he and the girls were there at the house that he had to watch.
But the girls were asleep, correct? The girls were, I mean, they're going to school the next morning. That is fair to say. The girls were going to school the next morning, correct?
Correct.
Girls weren't up all night, were they?
I couldn't tell you if they were up all night or not. I just know that there was a text message also from Devier to Devyn stating, I think it was around 10:30-ish, where he said that he was going to sleep and the girls were already asleep.
But we don't know whether he stayed there or not. His phone stayed there. We don't know if he stayed there, do we?
Given all the video surveillance, given his phone, vehicles, nothing left the neighborhood, you could say that he didn't leave there.
There was a walkway, and we addressed it with the last detective. One house over from the Porcupine Rim residence, correct? One could walk out of the neighborhood and not be seen. Fair to say?
Correct.
He could have gone over the back fence because it was on Rebecca. He had butted against the street, correct?
Correct.
There was a presumption that perhaps someone had driven, but again, the video coverage of the Porcupine Rim residence was not perfect, was it?
Surrounding Porcupine Rim?
Yes.
It was motion activated.
Correct. And subpoenas weren't issued to get the entire documentation of the comings and goings, correct? Homeowners were relied upon, correct, and whatever they turned over.
Correct. But if you have motion activated cameras, they would have access to all the activations that are with the cameras. So subpoenaing, if you're asking us if we subpoenaed the actual company, see if there's extra video.
You weren't.
We didn't.
You had to rely upon the voluntary participation of the neighbors, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me, sometimes in Clark County in the Vegas Valley, oftentimes neighbors don't necessarily, they aren't the most cooperative, fair to say?
Sometimes, correct.
In reference to the analysis of Devier's phone, while that phone was at the Porcupine Rim residence, there wasn't any activity on it during the night, correct?
Activity as far as what?
Anything on the screen, apps, things being done. Are you aware of that?
That I couldn't tell you.
If a phone is left and a person crosses the valley, if there's no activity on that phone, that would be consistent that the person isn't with that phone, correct?
Say that again?
Yeah, if a phone is left, let's say a person leaves his residence, okay? Let's say Devier leaves the Porcupine Rim residence and goes to the Paladero residence and he leaves his phone behind. You wouldn't expect for there to be activity on that phone, correct?
Correct.
And the lack of activity on that phone would be consistent with that phone having been left there, correct?
Correct.
You testified that no DNA evidence was taken from Devier to compare it with any DNA that was taken, correct?
Correct.
You had testified that you did not obtain a warrant to do that, correct?
Correct.
You could have gotten that DNA by asking him for it, correct?
For consent, correct. We could have
I
asked
don't know
them.
why.
Are you aware of that was ever done?
No, it was not.
It was assumed from the get-go that he was not involved because his phone was at the house that night, correct?
But people can't leave
And
without
everything
their
else that we
phone.
listed that ruled them out.
You've had cases wherein a person goes and commits a heinous crime and leaves a phone behind, correct?
It's happened.
Are you aware that Devyn worked for Hometronics? He was involved in installing home security systems?
That's what he advised me, yes.
Are you aware that he had tools and that he installed hundreds of security systems in homes across the valley?
I don't know how, as far as the amount of stuff that he has installed, but yeah, he had mentioned that he installed security cameras and hung TVs and stuff like that.
Home entertainment systems?
Pretty much.
And you'd agree with me that in order to install a home entertainment system, you need to have tools like a mechanical powered saw, correct?
That I couldn't tell you what exactly. I can tell you from experience, as far as me hanging TVs and doing security cameras, I used a drill bits, and that's it.
Speakers, you got to cut the drywall, put speakers in.
If that's what you're doing, as far as going into the wall.
You had testified that you had sealed up and taken the Nissan Armada, correct?
Say that again?
The Nissan Armada, you testified that it was basically sealed up and submitted for tests, correct?
It was sealed and then towed to the station, yes.
And that was done in order to obtain any
Sandy.
trace evidence, blood, DNA,
I'm
things of that
here.
nature, correct?
Correct.
And the results of that analysis was negative in reference to a crime having occurred, correct?
Correct.
No blood was found.
No blood was found inside the vehicle, no.
Is the trial in Florida done for the day? You know, if you want to come up and be a guest on my stream, I can give you the link to join if you want to come up and listen and talk to me at the same time. Or Kathy, or anybody. Okay. I just don't put it's an open panel because, I mean, if you want to come on up.
No DNA being traced
I'll
back to
share the
Johnathan
link.
was found, correct?
Correct.
I'll have to find it first.
You know, you had testified that you said something about spots, water on the vehicle. It was your opinion that maybe the vehicle had been washed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you take any close-up photographs of that to substantiate that, or is that just an assumption that you're making?
That's from looking at the vehicle on scene, and yeah, noticing that there were water spots on the vehicle.
Closed it all down.
The inside of the vehicle was kind of a mess, wasn't it? Maybe not teenager mess that we heard from another witness, but I mean, it was not very clean, was it?
I guess it's whatever you consider clean. It's cleaner than my vehicle, so I considered it clean.
We had heard testimony, I believe it was from Detective Spangler, concerning a stop at
I don't know where it's at.
Funny's. Are you aware of that? Under the analysis of the Burla? The morning of the 7th.
No.
We'd heard testimony, I think Detective Spangler had referred to it as Burla, or I'm sorry, through his analysis as like a Funny's car wash, but Funny's is a gas station, isn't it?
I couldn't tell you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit X3.
Oh, I forgot.
Move to admit and move to publish.
Did you say X3?
X3.
Okay, X3 will be admitted, permission to publish the computer.
This is Funny's. There is a car wash off to the side. There's also gas pumps, correct?
Correct.
As far as the analysis of the location of the vehicle, are you aware that it's consistent with being at a gas pump versus a car wash?
Oh, no.
One or the other?
Yeah.
I just repeated that.
No analysis done on this?
As far as it going to fill up gas or going through the car wash? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. We heard testimony from part of your team that the vehicle stopped here, presumably after going to the school on August 7th.
Yeah, if you're asking if we can say that it went through to get gas or the car wash, I couldn't tell you
I don't
which
know
one
where
it did.
it's at.
We heard testimony that under the Burla that it was turned off, the vehicle, when it was at
The
Funny's.
Florida
Are you aware
trial
of
will
that?
probably
No.
finish tomorrow.
You'd agree with me that you turn your car off to fill it up with gas.
They aren't starting until 11 a.m.
You don't leave your car running generally,
until
correct?
he testifies.
You generally,
Okay.
you drive through a car wash, don't you?
Correct.
I mean, is it done for today?
Are you aware of the movements
Okay.
of this Armada the morning of the 7th?
Not
So I
all the
found
movements, no.
it.
Okay. Through your investigation, you learned that Devyn took the girls to school, correct?
Correct.
Learned earlier through your investigation that there'd been a discussion with Johnathan of the girls going to the school next to Devyn's house, correct?
Correct.
Took the girls to school that morning, went to Funny's. fair to say, got gas.
I can't dispute that, no.
Okay. Also went to Taco Bell, correct?
Like I said, I don't know all the exact spots that the vehicle
So
went.
then that'll be a good short trial for me to do then. I could probably do it over the weekend.
You had given testimony in reference to the wallet belonging to Johnathan's Social Security card. You recall that testimony?
You don't have to. I
Yes.
just put it out there in case anyone wants.
There had been evidence found through the extraction
The son will be gone.
that
all
Johnathan
weekend.
had lost his wallet and then found it.
I think he's going to Missouri this weekend, so it'll give me something to do while I put up the Christmas tree this weekend. Yay! I'm excited. I don't know, maybe you do need StreamYard, but it's simple to download. Just go to your Play Store and find StreamYard and click download or install. And there you have it.
August 6th of 2023, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but yeah, I do remember, yes, that Devyn actually mentioned that to us also, and that we did see the pictures in the
I
phone.
like to take my time.
Okay, so Devyn told you that he had lost the phone the day before, August 6th, and then the phone analysis confirmed that there was text between the two of them where he'd lost his wallet and
Lost
said,
it,
hey,
yes, correct. Lost the
found it.
wallet, not the phone.
Okay, the wallet, Social Security, those had been lost and they'd been found just the day before, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that obviously finding those items in the house would be consistent with Johnathan moving into Devyn's house, correct?
No.
Well, I mean, he'd lost his things. She had told you that he had lost things before and she'd given him items, correct?
That's what she had told us, yes.
All right. And you've moved before. You'd agree with me that moves can be hectic, correct?
Correct.
Especially if girls, young ones are involved, correct?
Correct.
All the evidence points to the days leading up to this that a move was occurring wherein Johnathan was moving in with Devyn, correct?
Correct.
The girls had been at Devyn's house since around May 27th of 2023, correct?
I don't know the exact day, but I believe that she told us they were there up until school ended, and then once school ended, the kids went with her.
Yeah, and they were with her all summer, correct?
Correct.
And then through the course of your investigation, you learned that they were going to try things again and that Johnathan was moving in with her and the girls, and that was the plan, correct?
That's what we were told, yes.
Through your investigation, walking through the house at Paladera, there are empty alcohol bottles, correct?
Correct.
Through the course of your investigation, you learned that Johnathan was a drinker.
Correct.
Through the course of your investigation, you'd learned that he had been drinking throughout the day of August 6th.
That's what we were told.
His key, you've given testimony concerning the truck pulled in front of the Paladera residence like it was almost going to be a temporary stay or something. Remember that testimony?
Correct. That's what it appeared to look like.
But you'd agree with me that the truck's pulled in, he's been drinking, a reasonable person would probably take the key away from him if there was a concern about him drinking and driving, correct?
Sure.
You had testified that when you came up the driveway, Porcupine Rim, it's your testimony you saw a cell phone off to the side, correct?
Correct.
That was the side of Devyn's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You had testified that she was moving things. It appeared she was carrying items in to the residence, correct?
That's what it appeared to be.
You can't say when that phone was dropped, whether it was accidentally or otherwise through the course of this move, correct?
No, not exactly.
You are aware through the analysis of the phones that Devyn had sent a voice note to Johnathan's phone at about 4 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that concerned registering the girls in the morning, correct?
I believe so.
You'd agree with me that one interpretation of that is that Devyn thought that he was alive, correct? She was complaining about his failure to register the girls.
Sure.
I mean, you said sure. You agree with that's possible.
I can agree with
isn't
what
it?
you're saying. Yes, it's possible.
And that through the analysis of Devyn's phone, she had received several calls the night before from the landline of her home, correct?
Correct.
11 calls, correct?
From the landline?
Yes.
I don't know the exact number.
You're also aware through the analysis of the phones that the night before she'd been with Johnathan until about 1 a.m. and that she'd received a number of phone calls from the landline from her home address, correct?
She would have been there till at least 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, the night before. So she was there late 2 nights in a row, correct?
The night, you're talking about the 5th?
Yes.
Oh, that I'm not sure as far as how late she stayed there at that time.
Okay, but she'd received a number of phone calls from her home 2 nights in a row, correct?
I don't have anything to dispute that now.
And there was a landline at her residence, correct?
That's what she told us, yes.
Devyn, if you're aware, has testified that there was no landline.
I was just gonna
at the
come say
residence.
that.
Are you aware of that?
No.
You had been asked concerning your interview with Devyn and how he had minimized the relationship, the type of relationship that he had with Devyn, correct?
Correct.
So that'll
He outright lied to you.
212 today, and
Like I
then
said, he minimized his
tomorrow?
relationship with her, yes.
He was asked by you if they slept in the same bed and he said no, correct?
Correct.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
That's on
Correct.
You had asked him if they were intimate
StreamYard,
and
have money
he
for me
said
over the
no,
weekend,
correct?
And
Correct.
money for you.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
It's what, yeah, he told us, and what Devyn had told us also.
They were both minimizing that relationship. They were both covering for
I have
Devyn.
133
Isn't that right?
left after
Minimizing
this
their
part.
relationship.
Well, I forgot laundry.
Later on through the course of the interview, Devyn says that he didn't know his dad was moving in, correct?
I don't know.
That's what he had said.
But that was a lie, wasn't it? Based upon the
Right.
analysis of the phones and interviewing witnesses, correct?
Can you go get me a...
That he didn't know that his dad was moving in?
Yeah.
I think through
Well, I
the
don't
course
know
of the
where the fuck
investigation, he had
I was looking
said
for
that, yeah, he didn't know, but it was aware.
Oh my God,
that
the
The
thing
plan
is-
was John was going to move in, because I think he actually had said
Oh my
during
God,
our
y'all,
interview.
I'm so
um,
sorry. Here, I'm discussing our bills, our payments, what we're gonna have left. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Like, you guys care. Oh, I did mute it, but for some reason it didn't click it.
that he basically he knew that Yoko was trying to kick him out because he wasn't paying rent, and at the same time, he basically was told that he wasn't going to allow his dad to be homeless. So he said, "Yeah, I don't want my dad to be homeless, so I'll agree." And I was going to move out for a little bit. And
But then he later was untruthful in saying, in reference to the knowledge of his dad moving in and him having to move out, correct?
I don't believe that was in the interview that I conducted.
Okay. You had testified that when you interviewed him in the morning of the 7th, I'm referring to Devyn, he told you he'd been drinking, correct?
Correct.
But you're unaware if he'd been drinking continuously from the night before, correct? You don't know.
I don't. Just from what he told me, that he started drinking as soon as he got home, after finding out about his father's death.
Are you aware of where he went the morning of August 7th?
Not specifically. We do have his phone tracks that show that he had driven around town.
Okay. But you really didn't follow up or look too closely at that because he really wasn't on the radar. In fact, he was told that he was under the radar, correct?
Correct.
Detective, you'd agree with me that this was not a complete investigation.
No, I would not agree with you.
So it's your testimony that this was a complete investigation?
Yes.
Given all the things that we have talked about, it was a complete investigation, that's your testimony?
Correct.
Finally, in reference to the autopsy, you testified that you were present during the course of the autopsy, correct?
That is correct.
And you reviewed the autopsy report?
Correct.
In your opinion, was the autopsy report correct concerning its various findings? And I'm not asking for a legal opinion, but was it accurate?
I can't argue that it wasn't.
Okay. States here, page 2, tattoos, and this is in reference to Jonathan's body. It states no tattoos identified, correct?
I couldn't tell you if that was part of it, no.
If I may approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm referring to page 2 of the autopsy report.
Which part are you referring to?
Tattoos.
Yes, it says no tattoos identified.
Have these two marked? That's the next couple of defense exhibits. And why Z and Z3?
Yes, Y3 and Z3.
Y3 and Z3. Showing you what's been marked, and I'd move for admission. There's no opposition.
Y3 and Z3 are admitted?
Fair to say that that's a tattoo on Jonathan's arm, correct?
Correct.
Appears to be his right arm, correct?
I couldn't tell you from this view.
Z3, left arm, correct?
Correct.
So we've got a mistake made, at least one of, I'd submit many, concerning the autopsy. It states no tattoos. He's got tattoos, correct?
Correct.
Do I have this as well? Move for admission of A4. This is Jonathan's hand. Appears we've got a wound on that hand, don't we?
From the picture, yeah, there's a wound there.
Court's indulgence. Just one final question. Through the course of your investigation, you came in contact with Principal Leatherman, and it was learned that Johnathan and Devyn were planning on enrolling the girls to the school next to Devyn's house, correct?
Through that interview, I found out that Devyn was trying to.
But then you make reference to Johnathan wanting to enroll the girls with her, correct? At the school near her house.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Detective, at the beginning of Mr. Draskovich's cross-examination, he referenced a potential second phone for Johnathan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just want to clarify, no cell phone associated with John was found at Paladura, correct?
Correct.
No cell phone for John was found anywhere inside the Paladura scene.
Correct.
There was the phone found for John at Porcupine Rim,
That's correct.
the one in the driveway,
Yes,
and then you got the
Sorry, I
CDRs or
was in the
call detail
bathroom.
records for that phone.
that is correct.
Just so the jury understands, the 11 devices.
I'm sorry, Sandy, I was in the bathroom.
That's all right.
Did they say that was John's hand? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, because they said he had no marks on his hands because they were trying to say that the blood came from when he was, beheaded. But he did have a mark on his hand. He did have scrapes on his hand that could have possibly have bled onto the phone. Yeah, I was in the bathroom. I was like, oh, crap. Sandy's there. Did you have to download StreamYard?
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't think so. Is it weird? We can send each other private messages too. You
It's
are.
just different. I'm trying to figure it all out.
We can send each other messages. Nobody will see it.
Mm.
You don't have to turn your... Oh, I don't have your camera on you, do I?
No, I don't have it on.
Okay. No. Because I can turn it on and off. If I want to. So that case is done for the day?
Yeah, it finished right after 5, maybe 10 after.
Well, yeah, I don't know why they start at 11, these people.
Well, they're going to start at 11 tomorrow.
The case in Florida?
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking that'll be a good case for me to do over the weekend.
It should be, because...
It was only a day, or 2 days.
Or 2 days, right. And I don't think this kid's going to testify. He might, but,
What's he going to say?
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
it sounds like to me... Oh, sorry.
After that interrogation, that was disturbing.
His daughter's really bad.
That was really disturbing.
Oh, well, I gotta finish it.
Go ahead.
His interrogation, but I can do that when I restream it.
Right.
See, I don't know. I've never been a visitor on someone's live, so I don't know what it looks like on your end.
Well, I can take a screenshot and send it to you.
No. Can you make like the picture bigger and stuff?
I don't know. I have no idea. Remove from stage, edit, name, edit. No, I don't think so.
All right, I better let this play. There are people listening.
Devices that were submitted for forensic analysis,
If you
those
want to
were
stay,
all
you're more than
found
welcome to stay.
inside the Porcupine Rim home.
That is correct.
So if
My
John
air
may have had a
conditioner's
second
still
phone,
running.
it's not his active phone at the time.
That is correct.
In fact, there's activity on John's phone on the 6th into the morning of the 7th, and we know that's the one he was primarily using.
That's correct.
With regard to the swords and the shower at Paladura, you indicated that you don't know what exactly was done with those items, correct?
Correct.
But you can.
See, Devyn said to the investigators, oh, she left, that something happened with the table that he was moving, a nightstand. He was moving the nightstand and something happened to his hand. And he scraped it or took a chunk off his hand or something. And they said, no, his hands were completely clean. So, but that picture of them that they just showed, his hand had a chunk taken out of it.
I don't know.
Weird.
It is weird.
This whole case, it seems like these investigators, this guy is this prosecutor, the defense lawyer. He's right. Somebody failed this investigation. They didn't take the swords. They didn't even take pictures of the sword, not the blade. They never tested his equipment that he uses to install the cameras.
Right.
Come on, what don't you what just because you guys think she did it? Oh, she's guilty. They
Well-
got her because she was going to take that plea deal.
Right.
But that doesn't mean because the lawyer, the guy that did the polygraph test said, "Do you think maybe you hit him and he died and you just don't remember?" And she said, "Possibly." So, let's keep going. Kathy, if you want to come up, you can.
Can say that the swords were found at Porcupine Rim, the shower would have been at Palo Duro. We agree there.
That's correct.
And if someone has an item in their home, do you expect for DNA, their own DNA, to
Did
be
you send
found?
that picture?
That is correct.
And so let's talk
Okay,
about the
good.
swords for a second. If defendant's DNA is found on it or Devier's, would that be shocking considering the fact that it's in their home?
No.
Same thing with the shower.
Okay.
There's been testimony that Miss Michaels has been in and out of the Palo Duro
That's
home
cool.
several times. John obviously lives there. Devier's lived there in the past. If there's DNA found in the shower, would you be shocked by any of those people?
No.
That's not necessarily an investigative tool that will help you answer an unanswered question.
Correct.
There was some questions about the shoes and the clothing associated with the defendant, and I just want to make sure everyone understands. There was the initial search warrant at Porcupine Rim on August 7th, correct?
Correct.
And then at a subsequent date, I can't remember off the top of my head, they went back and took more photos.
Correct.
And they found those blue shorts.
That is correct.
Okay. The white tank top that you see in that Chevron video, was that ever found?
No.
And then there was photos of, I believe it was 2 sets of black and white shoes, you recall that?
That's correct.
But your testimony is no one ever found the black and white shoes with the big white Nike swoop
That is correct.
that was seen in that Chevron video.
Yes.
There was some also questioning about the amount of blood. You would expect more, correct?
Correct.
You cannot testify to this jury whether or not the person who did the killing put a towel over the head or anything like that when the real wet work was happening, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there's evidence to suggest there's a lot of evidence removed from the scene.
Correct.
One big glaring piece of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
At least.
Oh, God.
There was some
Look at that.
testimony about the
Larry?
shoe prints in the backyard.
Yes.
It's kind of the same line of questioning. You can't time shoe prints, correct?
No.
So if there is a shoe print in the backyard, it could be from anyone who's ever been in that residence.
Correct.
Now, the point Mr. Draskovich made is a good one. Maybe wind blows and it would look more weathered or something, but you can't say when that shoe print was left, no matter how much testing you do with that.
I could not know.
You were discussing how you ruled out Devier, and you kept saying it was a multitude of things. It wasn't just you take his word for it that he wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
May I approach? Showing you state 663, you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
A Google map showing directions from one place to another.
And specifically walking directions from 5510 Porcupine Rim to 2690.
They can sit here and tell me all day he had nothing to do with it, but I personally think he did. Just because his phone was still at home, he was intoxicated. They said he was at home looking at pictures of Devyn on his phone and got upset and went over and did this to his dad. This is
So why did she confess to it?
She confessed to that maybe she did possibly kill him when she hit him over the head with the wooden stick. But she didn't plead guilty to, she wasn't going to plead guilty to the beheading part. Just that she hit him with a wooden stick and that he could have died from it.
Hmm.
But nobody knows because his head is gone. But she swears up and down she didn't do it.
I think Draskovich is raising a lot of reasonable doubt. This could go.
Yeah.
This could go either way.
I thought that with the Matthew Paul. I really did.
I'm so glad he was found guilty.
Yeah, he's going to go to prison for the rest of it.
And
He
the judge,
didn't even give him parole.
The judge hammered him.
Yeah, well, I would too, the way he was sitting there acting during his sentencing. You're just pissing him off.
Exactly.
And he was already mad from the trial itself. You know?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Any Paladura?
Correct.
I move for the admission of that.
No objection.
663. Just real quickly for the record, what's the walking distance between the two?
Looks approximately 7 hours and 27 minutes.
And that's, to be fair, that's just one route. Like, I'm sure there's hundreds of different combinations of streets you could take, correct?
Correct.
But fair to say it's quite a ways across town.
Correct.
And you indicated that the video surveillance ruled out Devier's vehicles from having either left his home or entered the scene.
Correct.
At Paladura.
That is correct.
Mr. Draskovich asked you about activity on Devier's phone. He's basically saying, like, it was left at home. You got that line of questioning.
Correct.
And asking if there's activity on it, and I believe his question was that would be consistent with him not being with the phone. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Correct.
Could also be consistent with him being asleep.
That is correct.
So that doesn't tell you much. And would you defer to the expert that we haven't called yet, Clinton Campbell, Detective Campbell, when it comes to any technological findings on the phones?
Yes.
Okay. So he's better suited to answer those
That
questions.
is correct.
Okay. Mr. Draskovich asked you about these post-homicide text to John from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And he said one interpretation is that she thought he was alive, correct?
Correct.
Another interpretation is that she was alibying herself, correct?
That is correct.
In fact, the killer in this case took substantial steps to cover up what he or she had done, correct?
Correct.
Taking a head from a crime scene is kind of an extreme example of covering up.
Very extreme.
Not exactly shocking to see an alibi text.
Correct.
The autopsy, there was just an autopsy photo shown suggesting Mr. Draskovich's word was wound on A4. Remember that?
Yes.
You're not a forensic pathologist, correct?
Correct.
You're not a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
Would you defer to the doctor's testimony as it relates to injuries?
Correct.
Have you ever heard the term slippage before?
Oh, okay.
Understanding you're not a doctor, so if you're not comfortable answering, what is slippage generally?
After, basically, we say slippage, skin slippage, at post-mortem, the body starts to decay. When you touch the body, the skin actually can start slipping off the body since it's decaying at that point.
Okay.
That don't.
And so when you agreed with Mr. Draskovich, hey, that looks like a wound, ultimately you're going to defer to a medical doctor as to whether that's a wound or not.
Correct.
It's like a wound to me.
A4. Yeah.
That was John's hand, right?
Yeah, that looks like a wound. That don't look
Detective,
like
I
slippage.
apologize. I forgot to put these up before. May I approach?
What do you think?
It definitely looks like a wound.
Yes.
Yeah, and Devyn said he hurt his hand on a nightstand that he moved into the garage.
Judge, I move the admission of 13, 609 through 613.
Number 13, 609 through 613?
Yeah.
No objection.
Thank you. Just for the record, 613, who is that?
Masao Yoshida.
612, who is that?
Victim, Johnathan Willette.
611, who's that?
His mother, Yoko Willette.
609, who is that?
Devyn Willette.
610, who is that?
Devyn Michaels.
613, who is that?
Johnathan with his 2 kids.
Do you see the defendant who you arrested for murder with use of deadly weapon here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person and describe something she's wearing today?
We stipulate the ID of Devyn Michaels.
All right, that examination has been stipulated.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness. Thank you, sir.
Any follow-up, Mr. Jackson?
As far as deferring to the medical doctor in this case, that's the same medical doctor that said that there were no tattoos, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions for this witness? If you could write your question on the page.
Yeah, I like that the jury can ask questions. I don't.
Counsel Chris Earl?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Maya's court did that too, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
I heard that the juror number 1 passed away.
He did? I heard he
Yeah.
was really sick.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
God.
passed away.
That's horrible.
Yeah, would he have cancer or something?
He had something. Kathy, I think, found a thing from his wife about how
She's a
sick he was.
detective.
Yes, she
I'll
is.
tell you that. Oh, she'll find you want to know it, she'll find it for you. I was like, dang, lady. I'd hate for you to
She said
find
because
anything
she
on
was
me.
nosy.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an
Huh?
inventory of tools taken?
She said
and
because
dedicated
she
to
was
one thing
nosy.
and verified to his employer?
There was not.
Okay. And at any time, was the missing knife ever described to you?
Yes.
If so, could you describe the missing knife? What type of blade? Was it serrated, the size or length?
It was described as kind of like a meat cleaver hatchet type.
Okay. State any follow-up?
So there was a missing.
Just, I don't know if you caught that part. It
the
said,
mom
was
called
it
the cops
serrated
and
or not?
She said no.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No follow-up, thank you.
Okay, do the ladies and gentlemen, do you have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, detective, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Devyn, how are you doing?
State's next witness is Elizabeth Papakostas.
Oh, Elizabeth who? I like to put their names and stuff, but I can't even begin to try to spell that last name. Let's see. Elizabeth, they said.
Tabacostas.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Madam, please state your full name and spell it clearly.
My first name's Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Papakostas, Papacostas. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. How are you employed? I'm currently a forensic scientist at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Forensic Laboratory, and I'm in the biology DNA unit.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I started part-time at the laboratory in January of 2020. In February of 2020, I was promoted to a forensic laboratory technologist. And then in October of 2022, I was promoted into a forensic scientist position.
And you mentioned your unit is the biology unit, is that right?
Correct, biology and DNA.
And what is that unit?
We primarily focus on examining items of evidence for biological fluids, such as semen, blood, and saliva. We also do examine items for what we call trace DNA, and we examine those items, we take them through the laboratory process, and then I also write reports.
And you mentioned trace DNA. Can you please define that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Trace DNA it was previously referred to as touch DNA. So it's commonly items that are handled, clothing that's worn by somebody, and essentially what it is the skin cells that come off when you're handling items.
And you sort of touched on it, but can you go in depth about what your duties are in your position?
Sure. In the laboratory, I can take physical items of evidence. Again, I'm looking for any signs of those biological fluids, and once I take those items, they go through a laboratory process, and then at the end of that process, data is generated. Once I have the electronic data, I can then evaluate that and make any comparisons to known individuals, and then I do write reports.
And what is your training and experience that makes you qualified to be able to do this work?
I hold a Bachelor's of Science degree from the University of Nevada, Reno. And then during my first position as a laboratory technologist, I underwent a training program. And then once I was promoted into my current position, I also went another training program. During that time, essentially we work on mock casework. We go through a series of tests. We also do competency testing just to ensure that we're able to work on real life casework. And then during that real casework, we're also supervised by other analysts in the lab.
In addition to your previous training, do you also do ongoing training to make sure that you're up to speed on all the modern technology out there?
Yes, every year we have to undergo at least 8 hours of continuing education.
And you're up to date on that?
Yes.
Of course you are.
You mentioned that you work at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Forensic Lab, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that an accredited lab?
Yes, the lab is accredited.
What does that mean?
Essentially, accreditation is the recognition by an outside body that the laboratory is meeting a certain set of standards. And then also within that, we undergo audits, and essentially accreditation shows that the lab is producing reliable work.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
And I believe you mentioned that one of your job responsibilities, in addition to conducting analysis on different pieces of evidence that are collected, you actually draft reports based on your conclusions of your testing, correct?
Correct.
And are those reports reviewed by another person before they're actually released?
Correct. Within the laboratory, our electronic data goes under one set of review. And then once the case file is put together, it undergoes a technical review, which is where somebody else looks to make sure that all the procedures were followed. And then after the technical review, an administrative review is done, and that's looking for things like grammar, spelling, things like that.
Now, do you conduct DNA analysis as part of your duties?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's essentially the backbone of our bodies, and it's useful within forensics because it's what we are able to use to differentiate individuals. So your DNA would be different from yours and so on unless you have an identical twin. That's the only time someone would have the same set of DNA. And within that DNA, we're looking at portions of it, which are called alleles. And from those alleles, you receive one from your mother and one from your father. And then within our data, that's what we're looking at when we're making comparisons from the evidence to the reference standards.
Now, in your work of DNA analysis...
So, if the DNA is the backbone, I guess that's the only thing that hasn't failed me back there. Because the neck and my neck and back have both failed me. I just thought I'd say it. Well, and I have to cut in every once in a while. It's hard to find things to talk about, you know? It's really hard. Can you hear me now? Am I loud enough?
I hear you fine.
Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know if Kathy's still here or not. She hasn't said nothing. She probably took a nap. All right. We'll keep listening to the DNA. This is always a good one.
Analysis specifically, are there things called known samples versus unknown samples?
Correct. We refer to evidence samples as unknowns because we don't know who the evidence is coming from. And then known samples are also referred to as reference standards. So that's when a sample is collected from the inside of somebody's cheek, and then we use that as that individual's known standard.
So those terms are interchangeably used then?
Correct.
So known sample and reference standard?
Correct.
Okay. If you have a known sample or reference standard, how would you go developing a profile from that sample?
The unknown, so the evidence samples and the reference standards essentially undergo the same process. The first step in that process is actually screening the item. So commonly we see swabs, so the swabs will be cut into a tube. Then the next step is called extraction, and that's where chemicals are added to the tube. And what those chemicals are doing is essentially trying to break apart the cells to get to that DNA. And then once we have that sample, we take that to quantitation. Quantitation is where we use an instrument to see how much DNA is present there. It can also show things like how much male DNA is present, if the sample may be degraded, things like that. After that step, we go to amplification. It's essentially like a Xerox machine. So what that's doing is making copies and copies of the DNA, which takes us to what we call our loading phase, or where the data is actually generated by another instrument.
So when we're dealing with an unknown sample now, is it common to obtain multiple different DNA profiles from that?
So we can see different things. So we can have what's called a single source sample, which means that it's only coming from one individual. Or we can have a mixture sample, which means that we're seeing multiple people's profile in the same sample.
And is it possible with an unknown sample, occasions where you may not get a profile at all?
Sure, it depends on a lot of different things. So environmental factors. So say, for instance, if a sample was left out in the summer in Las Vegas, that DNA would be very degraded and we may not get a good sample. But there's different things, such as, say, if someone is really good about washing their hands, they may not leave much DNA behind. If an item is out in the public and a lot of people could be touching it, we would see more people on that sample. So there's quite a few different environmental things that can play a part in that.
Another example could be someone wearing gloves, right?
Correct.
Less likely to leave something behind in that case.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you touched on this a bit. Are there different sources of DNA? I know you talked about trace DNA, but are there other sources of DNA?
Yes. Commonly within the laboratory, the best sources of DNA that we see are things like blood, semen, and saliva. So those biological fluids.
When you say best sources, what does that mean?
They commonly are just, those fluids have a higher amount of DNA present compared to skin cells that can be left behind.
And then again, the trace DNA is skin cells that are left behind?
Correct.
She's breathing really hard, or is it just me? I can really, you can see her chest go up and down, up and down.
Yeah,
I don't know if
she
she's
is.
nervous or maybe her nose is stuffy or what's going on, but she's really breathing heavy.
Now that we have a little bit of a background, I do want to talk to you about this particular case that you're testifying for today.
Oh, good.
Did you conduct an analysis on items impounded under an event number 23-15229?
Yes, so actually within this case, I did process an item of evidence, as well as another laboratory technologist in the lab. We do what's called group work. So she also did process items, and then I received the electronic data from her.
But ultimately, you're aware of all the testing that was done with these items, correct?
Yes.
Because you're making the conclusions.
Correct.
Okay. And it was under that event number, those items, correct?
Yes.
And that's a Henderson event number.
Correct.
And there were several items that were tested, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you talk to us a little bit about when the lab is receiving items, how are they packaged?
Most commonly, we see items within manila envelopes or brown paper bags. Everything is sealed with evidence tape, and on that tape, it typically has the date and the person's initials and P number, or their personnel number. So that's the person that actually packaged those items, impounded them into the laboratory. And then when we receive those items, they are processed through an evidence technician, and then there's also an electronic chain of custody.
And a report number is typically listed on the items as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're conducting an analysis of different items, such as the ones in this case, are there precautions that are taken to ensure the integrity of the items and that remains intact?
Yes, so within the laboratory, when we are first receiving a package, we make sure that everything is sealed, there's no signs of any tampering or tears within the package. Then whoever's handling the package does wear gloves and a face mask and a lab coat. We make sure that there's only one item of evidence open at a time, so that way nothing can be mixed up, put into the wrong package. The main thing that we're trying to prevent is any contamination. So whether that could be contamination from us onto the item or from item to item. And then once we examine item of evidence, we do swap out any paper that we use on our lab bench. We bleach down all of our instruments. And again, we just make sure we only have one thing out at a time.
So then, knowing that, I want to turn your attention to some of the samples that you did an analysis on in this case. Specifically, I want to start with the reference standards from both Johnathan Willette, which was lab item 5, as well as Devyn Michaels, lab item 11. You're aware of both of those, correct?
Yes.
Specifically, the reference standard for Johnathan Willette was in an impound package number 1678-004.
Correct.
And then the reference standard for Devyn Michaels was in an impound package number 1554-001.
Correct.
Can you walk us through the analysis done on those items?
So with the reference standards, we actually examine all items of evidence first before touching the reference standards. Again, that's just to make sure that there's no contamination between the known samples from the individuals to the items of evidence. And those items essentially undergo the same process. So they go through the extraction stage, quantitation stage, amplification, and then the data is generated from those.
Okay. And are these reference standards, I mean, do they come in what we call a buccal swab?
Correct. So the buccal swab kit is just a little white envelope. Those are, again, sealed with evidence tape. And then inside is commonly a swab box with two, they look like very large Q-tips, and those are what's used to swab on the inside of somebody's mouth.
And that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
Now I want to turn your attention then to an apparent hair lab item 19.2. There wasn't a long analysis on that, correct?
No, that was not tested.
Okay. And that was just found during your analysis of all the items, correct?
Correct. The laboratory technologist found it on another item of evidence, so she just packaged it and put it with the original evidence.
Then going to lab item 1, there was swabs from Johnathan Willette's cell phone screen, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was from an impound package number 2312-004?
Correct.
And did you prepare a report in conjunction of your analysis of that sample?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding of this sample was that there was a positive presumptive blood test, correct?
Correct. So what that essentially means is when we're doing the testing, if we see something that may resemble blood, we use it's essentially a color change test. So the technologist will take a small sample of that, apply chemicals to the filter paper, and if there's a color change, that indicates that it's a presumptive positive test for blood.
And in this case, you were aware that the owner of the phone was Johnathan Willette, correct?
Correct.
So he was then considered an assumed contributor, correct?
Correct. We do what's called an assumption when we are aware of, say, swabs are coming from somebody's body or an item of someone's, in this case it was his cell phone. So I was able to look at the data and assume that his DNA was present. And again, in my conclusions, there was also no foreign DNA indicated.
And what is foreign DNA?
In this case, foreign DNA would just be from somebody besides Mr. Willette.
And there was no foreign DNA, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are there better sources of DNA than others? I think you touched on this a little bit about blood and saliva and things of that nature having more DNA contained in it.
Correct.
Then turning to the swab from underneath Johnathan's left-hand fingernails, that was lab item 6, correct?
Correct.
And that was collected under impound package number 1678-003.
Yes.
Walk us through the processing of that item.
It was essentially the same processing. So again, it went from the extraction stage to data generation. In this case, again, since it's a swab coming from his body, I'm able to make the assumption. So assuming that he is a contributor, there was also no foreign DNA present.
Okay. Now let's go to the swab from underneath Johnathan's right-hand fingernails, lab item 7, correct?
Correct.
That was impound package number 1678-003.
Correct.
Same sort of processing as the left hand.
Correct.
Okay. Any results from the right hand?
In this case, for this sample, looking at the data, it was what we call too limited, which means that there wasn't enough data there to basically make any interpretations.
And when you say not enough data, what do you mean by that?
Within the laboratory, we have internal validations, which essentially show values for how much DNA we're expecting in a sample to generate a profile. So looking at this sample, because it didn't meet our thresholds, it wasn't processed further, or once it was processed, excuse me, can I start over with that one?
Sure, go for it.
It did meet our validation, so it was processed to the data generation phase, but then once we received the data, at that point, there weren't enough alleles present to make any further interpretations.
And are you surprised by this at all?
No, we commonly see that.
Okay. Now, I just want to go back briefly to the swab from Johnathan Willette's cell phone screen that you conducted analysis on, that we just talked about. You recall that?
Yes.
Did you look at the profiles of it and compare that to the alleles?
So what we do when we're looking at data is essentially we do look at all of our evidence first before we make any comparisons. So looking at the cell phone sample, it appeared to be one male contributor. And then at that point, I take that profile and I do compare it to the reference standards. So it was consistent with Johnathan Willette.
And the reference standards, plural?
Yes, all evidence samples are compared to all reference standards.
Okay, and in this case, there were multiple, correct?
Correct.
Devyn Michaels and Johnathan Willette.
Correct.
Okay. Moving on then to the swabs of placard number A, that was lab item 2.
Well, maybe they should have tested Devyn to make sure that he wasn't part of it. See, I don't know why they just put him out right away before any of this DNA and stuff was tested. I don't get it.
I don't either.
I mean, they just ruled him out immediately. They didn't test him. They didn't check his DNA. Why? Because his phone was at home? That's why. They cleared him because his phone didn't move.
And we all know how that works.
Yeah. I can leave my phone at home and go out and do something dumb and come home and be like, I was home.
Right.
Oh, but because they didn't have anything on camera. This is crazy. Just wild.
2, correct?
Correct.
And that was contained in impound package number 1951-005, correct?
Yes.
How was that item processed?
For this sample, there was also a positive presumptive blood test. So again, it was a color change test, and the color change was indicated. So the laboratory technologists did take that forward. And then with that sample, when I looked at the data, there was one male contributor detected. And when we're looking at our data, we also generate statistics. So our statistic is called a likelihood ratio. And essentially, what a likelihood ratio is trying to do is answer the question of how many times more likely is it to observe the DNA profile if the person is a contributor than if they are not a contributor. So in this case, I did generate a likelihood ratio for Johnathan Willette.
Okay, and do you recall what that was?
May I reference my report?
Absolutely. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
And with Your Honor's permission, I believe there's stipulation with defense. If I could leave these reports up here, just because there are multiple pieces of DNA that she may not have memorized.
And that's completely fine. Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
We're just not testifying from it. So specifically, swabs of placard number A, do you recall the likelihood there?
Yes.
What was it?
So Devyn Michaels was excluded from the sample. And it is 223 octillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if Johnathan Willette is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
How many zeros is that?
A lot.
It's 223 with 27 zeros.
27 zeros?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from that specific item?
No.
Okay. Moving on then to the swabs of placard number B, lab item 3.
Correct.
And you conducted testing on that?
Yes.
Impound package number 1951-005?
Yes.
And did that item undergo the same processing as the sample from placard A?
Yes, I had the same, a positive presumptive blood test, and then it was also one male contributor with the same statistic as the previous sample.
And what was the statistical conclusion again?
It is 223 octillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if Johnathan Willette is a contributor than if he is not.
And was someone excluded?
Yes, Devyn Michaels was excluded.
Again, 27 zeros?
Yes.
For the inclusion of Johnathan Willette?
Correct.
Anything else from that sample? No. Okay. Moving on to the swab of the lemon ammonia bottle lab item 12. You conducted testing?
Yes.
That was in impound package number 2102-001.
Yes.
What was the testing conducted on that item?
This item did not undergo the whole process. So once we got to the quantitation stage, it was determined that there was not enough DNA present in order to produce a profile. So we did not take it forward.
What determines whether or not there's enough DNA?
Again, with our internal validations, that's kind of what determines our values when we're looking at the quantitation stage. And then based on those values, if it doesn't meet that threshold, then it's called we drop the sample, or essentially we just don't take it forward.
Now, certain surfaces can provide more conclusions, right? Meaning some surfaces hold DNA better than others.
Sure, certain things, say if something is more porous or there's more textured surfaces, that can often be better sources of DNA. But again, it just depends on a lot of environmental things, or if the items were cleaned, things like that.
Including wearing gloves, right?
Correct.
Now I want anything else from that sample?
No.
Okay. So moving on then to the swab of the soft scrub cleanser with bleach bottle, lab item 13, you conducted testing?
Correct.
That was in impound package number 2102-002?
Yes.
And there was testing conducted on that item, correct?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
That again is sort of like the last item, so it did go up to the quantitation stage, and again there was an insufficient amount of DNA, so it wasn't taken forward to data generation.
Anything else from that sample?
No.
Moving on to the swab from the textured surfaces of a wooden stick, lab item 15. You conducted testing?
Correct.
And that was in impound package number 2102-004/001.
Yes.
And there was testing conducted on that?
Correct.
What was the process for that?
In that case, a profile was generated, but within the profile, there was indications of a mixture, so I could see that there was more than one person present. But again, because the data was too limited, I could not make any further comparisons.
Okay, moving on to the swab from the textured surfaces of a doggy door cover, lab item 16. You conducted testing?
Yes.
And that was in impound package number 2102-003-001?
Yes.
What was the testing conducted on that item?
That sample went to the quantitation stage, and at that time it was determined there was an insufficient amount of DNA, so it was dropped at that time.
Again, that in-house validation you talked about earlier.
Correct.
Now, are you surprised by this with, trace DNA samples and things of that nature being what they are?
No, it's commonly seen within the laboratory.
And we kind of already went over this, but certain surfaces are easier to lift DNA from than others.
Correct.
Moving on to the swab from the garage door opener button, lab item 17. You conducted testing?
Yes.
And that was contained in impound package number 1951-006-007?
Yes.
What was the processing of that sample?
Data was generated for that sample, and looking at it, I determined that there was 2 contributors present. At least one was male. Devyn Michaels was uninformative, so that essentially means that there wasn't statistical support for an inclusion or an exclusion. And then there was support for inclusion for Johnathan Willette.
Now, looking specifically at the inclusion of Johnathan Willette, what was the statistical conclusion of that?
It is 194 million times more likely to observe the DNA evidence if Johnathan Willette is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
How many zeros is that? Is that 6?
6, correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it was uninformative regarding Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct.
But there was a statistic related to that.
Correct. So we do still receive that likelihood ratio. In this case, it was 0.0108.
Now, your lab, as well as yourself, conducted analysis on some bags that were impounded, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk specifically about the swabbing of the outside and inside of the wallet, including all pocket openings, also known as lab item 18.2.
Yes.
Testing was done on that.
Correct.
Impound package number 2312-002-002.
Correct.
What was the testing on that sample?
Data was generated for that sample. Looking at the profile, I determined it was a 4-person mixture, at least one was male. And there was actually support for inclusion for both individuals. And then since there is support for both, we do what's called a combined support for inclusion. So that means that we're ensuring that the statistic shows they can be present on the sample together.
So you said both. What do you mean by both? Who?
Oh, I'm sorry. For both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels.
Oh my God, I removed myself from the stage. Jesus. Did you see the new background I put up? I was hoping it was going to be like moving, like the leaves falling, but I guess not. Darn it.
So both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels are included.
Correct. There is support for inclusion for both individuals.
And what was the statistical conclusions? Let's start with Johnathan Willette's first.
His likelihood ratio was 13.6 times 10 to the 27th, which is the octillion.
And how many zeros is that?
27.
Okay. And how about Devyn Michaels?
766 times 10 to the 21st, which is sextillion.
21 zeros?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the combined statistical conclusion, what was that?
It is 2.8. I'm sorry, I'm going to read this just because it's long. 10 decillion, which is 10 to the 54th, times more likely to observe the DNA evidence if both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels are contributors than if they are not contributors.
And how many zeros is that?
54.
Anything else from that item?
No.
Okay. Let's move over to swabbing of entire contents of wallet, also known as lab item 18.3. You did testing of that.
Correct.
And that was contained in impound package number 2312-002-002.
Correct.
What was the testing on that sample?
Data was generated for that sample, but looking at the data, I determined that there was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And our software program, we are only validated to evaluate samples with up to 4 contributors. So in this case, it's called too complex, so I could not make any further interpretations.
Anything else from that sample?
No.
Moving on then to
Hi.
the swabbing of a knot of plastic bag containing wallet, also known as lab item 18.1. You conducted testing.
Correct.
And that was found in
Keep
impound
knocking
package
myself
number
out.
2312
Oh, it's okay. It happens.
002-002.
I remember watching this one YouTuber one time, and they literally took themselves off the stage, the whole entire stream. I'm like, dude, you stop already. I mean, I was just watching. I wasn't part of the stream or anything. But did you see my new background?
The leaves.
Yeah, well, I was hoping that they were going to move. I need to find one that I can move before my free thing expires.
I got this.
All right, get this done. I'm hoping it's almost over for the day. I'm getting tired. Oh my God, I'm behind, actually. Should I fast
Yeah, a little
forward
bit.
it?
No, let it roll.
All right, here we go.
Yes.
What was the testing of that item?
Data was generated, and it was determined to be a mixture of 3 contributors with at least 1 male. Johnathan Willette was uninformative, and there was support for inclusion for Devyn Michaels.
So you mentioned what uninformative was previously, but you were able to come up with a statistical conclusion still, even though it was uninformative.
Correct.
What was that statistical conclusion involving Johnathan Willette?
The likelihood ratio for that is 6.18.
And then how about Devyn Michaels, who there is support for inclusion?
It is 90 octillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if Devyn Michaels is a contributor than if she is not a contributor.
And how many zeros is that?
27.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there are multiple contributors to this bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you surprised by that?
No, it's commonly seen. Again, it could be something in the environment, or think about if you get bags from the store, you don't know how many people are touching the bags. So it's commonly seen with trace DNA like that.
So if bags are reused multiple times, there could be more than one contributor?
Correct.
Now, can you talk to us briefly a little bit about transfer DNA and what that means?
Essentially, transfer DNA, I can give an example of, say, if we're shaking hands, and then, so I would get some of her DNA onto my hand, and then I go to touch the door when I'm leaving, I could possibly leave some of her DNA on that door, even though she hasn't touched the door yet. So we commonly do see transfer with items, but within our testing, we're not able to say, like, to what degree, if any, DNA was transferred.
Moving on then to swabbing of Social Security card from Johnathan Willette, also known as lab item 19.1. You did testing on that.
Yes.
That was contained in an impound package number of 2312-002-005.
Correct.
What was the testing of that sample?
Within that sample, it was determined to be a mixture of 4 contributors with at least 1 male. And there was support for inclusion for both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels. And then, so since there's support for both, I also calculated the combined support for inclusion.
Let's start with the individuals. So let's start with support for inclusion of Johnathan Willette.
It is 32.3 trillion, so 10 to the 12th.
And then what about Devyn Michaels individually?
413 million, which is 10 to the 6th.
And now the combined inclusion, including both.
It is 6.28 nonillion, which is 10 to the 30th, times more likely to observe the DNA profile if both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels are contributors than if they are not contributors.
So 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
Court's indulgence?
God, I wish I could be that smart.
Yes, briefly.
I'd be like 30 to the what?
And in reference to the reference standards, generally taken from buccal swabs or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, we just had 2 reference standards, correct?
Correct.
Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
There was no reference standard submitted for your evaluation concerning a Devyn Willette, correct?
No, I did not receive a standard for him.
Of course.
Fair to say that based upon your analysis, we had DNA attributable to Devyn Michaels and Johnathan Willette on the plastic bag containing the wallet, based upon your testimony.
So yes, there was support that they could be contributors to the profiles, yes.
Same thing concerning the outside and inside of the wallet, correct?
Yes.
Devyn and Johnathan, correct?
Correct.
And again, you're not able to say how long that had been there. It could have been a day, it could have been months, but we have basically DNA that's attributable to these 2 individuals, correct?
Correct. Within our testing, we're not able to say when someone's DNA was deposited or how. We're just able to say that it's there or not.
Oh, so
And
that
again, this
doesn't
DNA
mean he
is
did
possible
anything
to
to him?
be transferred. There have been questions concerning that, but also just by merely handling it. We leave epithelial cells, we can leave DNA on things that we touch, correct?
Correct.
And again, you found that DNA attributable to both Devyn Michaels and Johnathan Willette on the bags that you evaluated, correct?
Correct.
As well as the wallet.
Correct.
The cell phone, however, there was only 1 individual, correct?
Correct. I was only able to, again, assume Johnathan Willette on the cell phone, and there was no foreign DNA noted.
Specifically that of Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct. She was excluded.
She was excluded. As far as the swab taken from underneath Johnathan Willette's right hand, that was lab item number 7.
Okay.
Your findings were the DNA profile obtained is consistent with at least one male contributor, correct?
Correct.
That would be, there could have been more male contributors, correct? Based upon the wording of this. At least one.
Well, for example, for this sample, the data was too limited, so I'm not able to make any further comparisons. I was just able to see, based on certain gender markers that we have, there was data present showing that there was a male, but I wasn't able to make any further comparisons.
Okay, and that would be one male in addition to Johnathan Willette, correct?
No. So within the sample, I'm not comparing it to his DNA. I'm just essentially looking at the data, seeing that there is at least one male present, but the entire profile is too limited, so I'm not comparing it to Mr. Willette or Mrs. Michaels.
Okay, and just so we're clear, you just had the 2 reference standards, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Huh.
Can you read the thing?
Court's indulgence.
She tries to be smart with her big words. That lawyer.
And just briefly, if something has blood on it, is it possible to subsume other sources of DNA as a result?
Are you able to reword the question?
Yeah, that was probably very confusing. So if there's a blood sample, is it possible that the blood being so saturated that it could subsume other sources of DNA?
Well, with our testing, we're not confirming if it is blood or not. Our testing is just a presumptive test, so it gives the indication that blood may be present, but I can't, I can't confirm that it is blood present. So what we're doing is just showing, blood may be indicated, and then DNA is also there. So we're not able to say for sure this DNA is coming from the blood. And then also, I'm not sure how this cell phone was swabbed, so I wasn't the one collecting it, so I'm not too sure, how they handled that evidence.
But I thought she did all the testing.
So if I were to touch an item, with my finger, for instance, but then my nose started bleeding and it went on the item, would that make a difference?
Well, in that case, I wouldn't be able to tell, if her DNA came from the skin cells or if it came from her blood. Essentially, it would just be showing that her profile would be present.
Oh, my bad.
Past witness.
Follow-up question. This is my cell phone. I handle it. You'd presume that my DNA would be found on this, correct?
Yes.
And that would come from the epithelial cells of my fingers on this cell phone, correct?
Yes.
So presumably, if a person handled the cell phone or carried it, you would expect to find that person's DNA on the cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And in reference to the cell phone that you had tested, only Johnathan Willette's DNA was found, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay.
And no foreign DNA, correct?
Correct.
On the phone?
Correct.
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, please write your question on the table to the table with your name and your jury.
Oh, the jury has questions? The jury has a question? Oh, yay. I like the jury. You like that background? What happened to it? What happened to the background?
I have no idea.
Oh. So it's just going to play that one time. Or maybe it is playing. Is she still sniffling? Or is that you?
That was me.
Oh. Mine does that in the morning. I have to constantly be sniffing. Man, that whatever I had wiped out my lungs.
On the outside of the phone or just on the screen?
Again, the swabs were collected by the Henderson crime scene analyst, so I'm not sure how they swabbed the phone.
State, any follow-up?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. There's one more question for the jury.
Counsel Perch?
Yay. So they asked about the cell phone. I figured they would. Because that even kind of confused me too. I thought maybe there were a couple extra zeros they left out.
Ma'am, there's been testimony that Devyn and the kids touched the phone. Why would there not be DNA?
Again, there's a lot of environmental factors. So again, if someone was wearing gloves, if the item was cleaned recently, some people are what we call shedders, so they just naturally leave more DNA behind than others. So there's a lot of different factors that can play into that.
They were little girls.
State any follow-up based on your question?
Court's indulgence. It's possible any item that I touch, I could not leave DNA, correct?
Correct.
Pass witness.
Oh, depends any follow-up based on your question?
I think we have another juror question coming.
There's no more comment. Okay. You want to wait until?
DNA plays a big part in some cases, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sometimes there never is DNA. Then they just got to make up their own.
Ma'am, would a child be less of a shedder?
Oh,
I don't have any indication for that. We don't really study that in the laboratory, so I'm not sure.
Okay. State any follow-up based on that additional question?
No, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any follow-up based on any of the juror questions?
Just briefly, you have to rely upon what's provided to you, correct?
Correct. We just receive a very brief case scenario, so I don't know, much of the information. I only know where some of the swabs are coming from, and then the parties within the case.
You have to rely upon law enforcement, presumably in this case, that collected this evidence and ultimately turned it over to you, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up on that, Stan?
No, Your Honor.
Do ladies and gentlemen, jury have any further questions for this witness?
I wonder if the judge decides on whether or not they want to let the jury ask questions. I wonder if it depends on who the judge is. If they want to take the time.
I don't know.
Because this is time consuming. But it's good though. Because, that way they can have their questions answered too.
And you get to see what they're thinking.
Mm-hmm. That's too bad about Maya losing that case, huh? I hope they didn't get too far ahead in debt now, because they're really going to be in debt. But they can appeal it, right? Or no? My background's moving now.
Going on a walk through the woods.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's pretty. I can't wait to get one that's like snowy.
Oh,
that'll be for December. I'm trying to use the canvas as much as I can because I only have a free thing for 14 days. But it's actually really good to have. I think I might pay for it to have it.
Canva?
Yeah.
Yeah, Canva's really good.
I gotta take one of my nauseous pills.
She doesn't look around to do anything, does she? Sits there and looks straight ahead.
Who?
Nikki, Devyn.
Oh, yeah.
Hides behind that mess of hair.
Kathy said, well, she could have at least put a comb through it. I said, oh, you haven't been around black people very much, have you? Trust me, they don't have the comb she needs.
The cell phone, is it more likely that that area was swabbed?
Again, I'm not sure. I don't know, how much possible blood was present on the phone. So I'm not sure if that was the only area that the crime scene analyst swabbed or if they swabbed the entire phone.
She only gets the
Does
swabs,
CSA
people.
document their swabbing procedures when they turn in a sample, such as the area swab, the number of times, things like that?
I'm not too sure, especially since it's an outside jurisdiction. I'm not sure how Henderson handles their cases.
Well, I hope somebody from Henderson's going to come in on their DNA.
He's got to go to order, Mr. President.
Thank you, and that brings forth a question. The samples that you had
Of course.
analyzed on the phone, you would testify that obviously it was Johnathan Willette's DNA, correct?
Correct.
You're not able to say whether that was in fact blood, are you?
Correct. Again, it was just a positive presumptive test for blood. So it was an indication, not a confirmation.
Okay, so it could have been epithelial cells and not blood.
Correct.
It could have been fluid from a blister, something like that, correct?
It could be a mixture. So with the test, it is, it gives the indication that it's blood. So not, we're not going to have all these different substances that would give a positive test. There are a few things that could give a false positive, like certain, there's certain food, like enzymes in food that can get, I can't name one off the top of my head, but there's different things like that that could give a false positive, but the test is specific to enzymes within our blood.
But you can't say that it was blood, correct?
Correct. I can't confirm that it's blood.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up based on that? No.
So then that needs to be excluded.
Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
It's what time in Las Vegas?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you
Yes.
must discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors and anyone regarding this case or its merits. Either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read what
Yeah, 'cause it's
is
live there.
about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using records materials. You must not make an investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or response submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be at recess.
She talks really fast, doesn't she?
All rise for the jury.
Oh my God, I wonder if she was an auctioneer at one time. Gonna get $1. How about 50 cents? 50 cents. She could probably be an auctioneer. My God. Well, it was a good day. Oh, we can see the whole screen now. Oh, ain't that pretty? I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna find something different. I want to see the leaves falling.
I like it.
It is. It's pretty. Those aren't trees from Iowa. I can tell you that right now. Maybe Minnesota. Minnesota has trees
It looks
like
like
that.
birch trees.
Yeah, we don't got trees like that here. We got trees that turn color like that, but not
All we
tall
have
like
here
that.
is pine trees.
Hmm?
All we have here is pine trees.
Pine.
Pine,
yeah.
pine.
We have pine. We have some oak.
Well, we have
What kind of tree did you say that was?
It looks like birch.
Yeah, maybe Colorado or up in
Maybe.
the yeah, maybe Minnesota. I don't recall that being in Iowa. All right. Well, I guess we're done for the day. She didn't say what time they were starting tomorrow. So I don't know what time to set my live. Maybe I'll just do it in the morning. Maybe they'll have their live set up so I know what time. Kathy might know what time they're going to go live tomorrow. Maybe she heard. I didn't hear the judge. Did you? I guess I
No.
muted it, didn't I? Let me see if she says. Well, she talks so damn fast. Who could hear her? Oh. Let me see what she says. Why 11? I don't get this 11 o'clock.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, so that's 12:12 for me.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock for me. What time did you say that other trial starts? 11?
11. Actually, the lawyers are going to be there at 9. They're going to be doing a charge conference.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, it'll be 10 for me. Because I think...
But you could show the rest of the interrogation.
Oh, yeah, I could. You want to watch it?
Not tonight.
Oh, well, no, I mean tomorrow.
Sure.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
watching anything else.
Yeah, well, let me know when you're up.
What do you pay for StreamYard?
Well, it'd be better to go by the month, and that's what I'm going to do when I get paid on the 28th. But it'd be $44 a month. But if you pay weekly, like I have been, it's $18.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's cheaper to go by the month. But I've only been able to go by the week. Huh?
Is it StreamYard Advanced?
No, I have just the StreamYard core.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean there's some things that I can't do, but it's nothing that really matters to me. Like I can't use the
Well, the Advanced is like $68.99 a month. That's a lot.
yeah, I can't afford that. But the core is $44, I think.
$19.99 a month.
Yeah. No, it's like $44.
I'm looking at it.
That's a week.
No, honey. I'm looking at $19.99
For
/
StreamYard?
month for individuals. Yeah. Or you can do free.
Yeah, but you only get 20 hours a month to stream. So that means you can only do like a couple hours a day.
Oh.
Hold on, because I've been paying $17.99 a month.
It says here $19.99 a month. It was 24, but I clicked on the link that you put in chat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you're going to get $10 off. So how much is the monthly?
$19.99. It's not really $10. It's like, what, $5? $5.
The link that I put. Where's the link at that I put?
It's in the chat.
That went in the thing? Oh, I didn't mean for that.
New to streaming or looking to level.
Oh, sorry.
I still haven't figured out what the damn $10 is.
Yeah, because I've been paying $17.99
Oh,
a week.
$10. You know what? The $10 is on Advance.
Oh, well, you get shoot. It was supposed to be a week free. I ended up getting like 3 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, they kept saying we're trying to charge your phone, ma'am. Ma'am, can you pay us now? I was like, you want to keep giving it to me? You want to keep giving it to me? Well, then why would I pay? All right. Well, I guess I'm going to go to bed now.
You're going to bed?
Yeah, I go to bed. I'm about ready to go to bed. I'm tired.
All right, honey. Well,
I
I
have a
enjoyed
really bad burn on my stomach. I didn't show you that burn that I have.
No.
Oh my God, it's bad. Yeah.
How'd you do that?
I was making beef stew on Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember what day. and I have a flat top stove, and I went to push the pan towards me, and the liquid inside the pan, swished around and bang right on my stomach.
Wow.
Oh my God, the pain. And then Leah jumped on me yesterday and ripped the skin that protect the burn right off of it. Oh, did that hurt? Actually, it's looking a lot better. I just sent you a picture.
Okay.
Don't mind my deformed belly button. That's from my hysterectomy and having to have it open 3 times. All right. Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow. All right, guys. Thanks for being here today. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Exactly.
I will see you tomorrow at about 1 o'clock. I'm going to go early, a little bit early, because we're going to watch the interrogation of, what's the kid's name?
Dima. I can't think of his last name.
Dima. It's the court case that's going on in Florida right now with the boy that unalived his adoptive parents. He's from the Ukraine. I don't know if they adopted him from the Ukraine or if he was already here.
They did adopt him from the Ukraine.
Oh, was he a baby?
No, it was 2016. So
Yeah, because I was
was
gonna say he was saying how he lived a rough life over there in Ukraine.
I
He's
think
seen
he
a
said
lot
he
of.
was 14 or 15 when he was adopted.
Oh.
And he's been here since 2016, so that's 9 years. So he's 24 now. That would have made him 15. So he was 15 when they adopted him. But I read in Verdict Watch that his parents were scared of him and slept with their doors locked at night.
Oh no. Well, why didn't they
I don't know.
I'm surprised the school didn't say anything about behaviors or stuff like that,
And during the interrogation, he really couldn't give a good reason why he did what he did. They didn't abuse him. They didn't hurt him. They didn't assault him,
He
in
has a
that way.
really smart mouth. Did you hear that in the interrogation? He's like, weren't you out there and didn't you see? He says, why are you asking me what you already know? Which he's right, but it don't work that way, Unfortunately, it don't work that way, son. Well, we'll watch how long is his interrogation? Couple hours. Well, I'll find out what time how long his interrogation is, and I'll decide what time I'll start. Because I'll have to switch. Huh?
I think it was about 2 hours.
Yeah, because then I'll switch the lives, because I think I'm gonna edit out that stuff that I put in there today, if I can figure it out.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Well, have a good night.
You too,
Everybody
sweetie.
stay safe. It's wild out there.
Yep. And look to the sky. There's a...
Oh, yeah, the Northern Lights. We don't get those in Iowa too often. Remember, I got those ones and you sent me, and those are still on my phone. I still have those as a screensaver. Those Northern Lights that you sent me, that you took a picture. That was you, right? Yeah. Or somebody took them and sent them to you, and then you sent them to me. It was the ocean. Well, anyways. Huh?
I didn't hear you.
Oh, it's okay.
Did you
All
hear
right.
what I
Well,
said?
everyone have a good night.
All right, sweetie. Good night.
All right. All right. Bye-bye. Have a good night. Stay safe. See you tomorrow.